Well, I didn't. I clicked mine. I'm pretty sure I did. Pretty sure I did click mine. Well, okay, so let's rewind. Welcome everyone. Welcome to Loud Trading Room. It is I, Jonathan.
It is I.
Michael.
It is I, Mikey.
Mike.
How you doing, Jonatan?
I'm good. Well, I've been better though, but I feel like I'm.
Guys, Jonatan has literally raised himself from his sick bed to be with you this morning, to grace us with his presence, and I know you're all going to show him some love and some support, because this poor guy, he's still running a fever and he's on live stream.
I mean, lots of painkillers, lots of coffee. That's it works until it doesn't work anymore.
His dedication right there. Absolute dedication. So
dedication or madness, I don't know. Like,
well, I mean, depends on which way you look at it, really, isn't it? So, yeah. But anyway.
I haven't looked at the markets much, but then I, get back to the market. And I'm like, oh, I remember wanting to go long on gold here. Yeah. No, it's like, I remember that live stream. I remember that live stream, and we had like that bullish engulfing candle on the daily. Everything looks beautiful, falling wedge, and I'm like, yep, I went along here. And then it's like, okay. A couple of days later, I'm back, and it's, man, that's a beautiful move. That is a nice move on gold right there. Very, very nice. So okay. So that's right. We have two big things to announce here at The5ers. We announced one of them yesterday. That is CTrader. CTrader is now available at The5ers, which means we now have MetaTrader 5 and CTrader available to everyone trading at The5ers. Now, CTrader is available for new accounts. Okay, so you can't switch your current account to CTrader. So I guess get a new account. No, I'm kidding. But it's available. It's available for everyone that gets a new account. Secondly, this is pretty big. So see in the top above me here, it's gonna see it says CTrader is now available. I'll trade it, but wait. Okay, let's hope the animation is not too slow here. Okay, come on, change. Let's do one of these. Fibers landed in the US, which means US traders now welcome. Okay, you're welcome back. Welcome back to the Fibers. You're now able to trade with us. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool, because I've been getting a lot of messages on this. A lot of people in the comments asking, when are you guys going to be able to offer your services to the great states of America? Well, it's here today. Opening up.
That is
pretty big. Yeah, I'm really happy about that. Really happy about that. So we got C traders and we got US traders.
Are we going to get Are we going to get a Truth Social post from Donald Trump about it? I've even worn a special orange shirt for it as well.
Yeah. Man, I should have dressed up as Trump or something. That would have been fun. It's like, today got huge news. That would have been hilarious.
Oh man.
Yeah. Wow, that would have been fun. Yeah.
Yeah, Logan. Right. I saw Logan is in the US, so there you go, Logan. Welcome back to the Fivers, my friend. Welcome back. Go get yourself back in an account. There's a few people that I know who have been desperately waiting. Quite, in fact, more than a few. So many people, yeah, amazing news. Kavika, yes, that is right.
I said us is allowed. We are allowed.
We are allowed. We're allowed. Jonathan and I are allowed. And
that's right.
United States of America is also allowed. So
that's right.
Yeah, congratulations to all of our US traders who now can rejoin the wonderful world of the Fivers. I think it's a wonderful thing. It's a beautiful.
Get the best trading conditions. Get the best trading conditions.
There's never been anything better.
Also today, available in the US.
That
really
is
cool.
You did hear that correct, Kavika. You did hear that correct. The United States of America, the doors are reopening to the Fivers. Trump is shutting down the borders. The Fivers are opening them up.
Oh, come on.
Come on, that was a pretty good segue. That wasn't that bad, was it?
Trump is building a wall, and the 5ers it's breaking all boundaries.
Exactly, we're breaking down those walls. We're bringing them down.
Yep.
Good to see you, Paulie. Hope you're well. Joseph.
You're pretty big Trump supporter, aren't you, Michael?
I love Trump. That's why I'm wearing my orange today. It's
nice.
Like to welcome back all those Republicans.
I always had that feeling about you. I always had that feeling.
Me and Trump are like that. We just we're one and the same. You know, just he really appeals to my kind of sense of community and generosity. He's really a man of the people. And yeah, I can't get enough of the guy, really. You know.
Do you think he likes to trade gold? Do you think
the guy has a gold toilet he has a gold toilet in Trump Tower?
Does he really do have a gold toilet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
all right.
They're literally, Trump Tower is just full of gold plated madness.
Reminds me of price action on gold, because the price action on gold is, shit. Well, yeah, we're just throwing out the high quality humor here today.
Sham said he's just texted Trump to put some tariffs on 5ers high stake plans. Oh dear. Yeah, I was there. It's true. I was actually there in the US when Trump got elected the first time round in 2016. I was in
that must have been insane.
I was in Cleveland, Ohio, and I was in an office visiting for the job I was doing. And I came in the next morning after the election results, and it was like, the only way I can describe it is it was as if everyone had gone out the night before and got really, really drunk and had a really wild night, but they'd done things that they regretted, and nobody wanted to talk about it. And so nobody would look at one another. Everyone just sat there, just don't look at anyone. Just everyone just had heads down. It was like the worst hangover. And then I ended up going to New York like a day or so later, and again for work, opening up an office there. And it was insane. Like, they had to put dump trucks full of sand outside Trump Tower because they just didn't expect him to win. They genuinely didn't think he was going to win. And so NYPD had to suddenly think, right, how do we protect Trump Tower? So they stuck giant dump trucks outside it. So yeah. St. Doobie, I don't know what you're talking about. As I tell my
sarcasm, slowing down my PC.
I tell my son all the time, I never joke. I'm always incredibly serious.
I think that could be a hardware issue, though.
What, my sarcasm making his PC slow?
Well, yes, and also hardware issues with his PC.
It's possible.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility.
You need to go and get yourself a funny card.
Yeah. So what I'm looking at here today, first of all, let's we get a word. We have a word. You want to know what the word is? I'll let you know what the word is. The word today is. You know what? Doesn't matter if you want me to tell you or not.
Wait.
First word of today.
No.
See how I'm just ignoring Mike? That's a skill. Skill set that I've built over the years.
Where's the mute button? No, this is wrong.
Today's secret word is
disgraceful. Carlo, this is not a signal channel.
No, it's momentum. Okay,
Carlo,
I'm going to write it in the chat. Okay, momentum. Today's secret word, momentum. What's that movie?
What? Momentum?
Not Momentum.
No idea.
Memento. Is it Memento? Memory. Anyway. Has nothing to do with momentum, has nothing to do with trading, therefore maybe not mention it during this live stream. Yes, that's right, Memento.
This is basically, this is what happens when Jonatan joins live stream and he's sick and he's got a fever. He starts to hallucinate and kind of go a little bit doolally. Yeah, just a little bit.
So are we bullish on gold?
I'm bullish on gold. I'm bullish.
Empire Short says buy gold. It's a good question. Are we buying or selling gold?
I'm buying.
I think that's the first impression I'm getting from this chart. Is, you know, we can look at the daily. There's a lot of different things. There's a lot of different things we can say about this chart. And I remember my last live stream was here. You know, we were trading. We just printed that daily bullish engulfing, and I remember saying, you know, this could be a bearish rejection of the range EQ, could be a bearish rejection of the trend line, or we're about to see a breakout above the falling wedge, and we're about to see a reclaim of the range EQ, and the trend line, this price move is actually just reacting to this overall trend line. So it's not a break of the trend line, it's just that the trend line area is just very wide. Now, obviously, what we get after that is pretty decent move to the upside here, which I quite like. And then if we go down to the 4 hour, we do see that we have a very strong push to the upside. Price falls down, finds support on this level right here, as you can see with that test. And then going down to the even lower time frames, we see the same type of characteristics here with a move down, strong bullish price action, falls down, hits, you know, some type of support area around here, starts trading higher. So I think the overall direction of price seems to be to the upside, and the path of least resistance, I believe, seems to be to the upside. The question is, however,
how far is it going to go?
Not only that, but how do you trade an idea like that? Because we all have these ideas of where we think the market might go, let's say in the next hour or so, or during the day. And we could say here on gold, you know, that path of least resistance, I believe, is to the upside. And if we break this resistance, there's not going to be a lot of resistance left until we start reaching this range high zone. So that's the analysis. And now, as you guys know, analyzing the markets is easy. Okay, anyone can do it. I mean, I show a price chart to my 7-year-old, and I show him a clear uptrend with, like, you know, that trend line, and I'm gonna say, like, where do you think this line is gonna go, up or down? He's gonna most likely say up. Okay. So it's not easy to, it's not hard to analyze the markets. It's very easy to determine if, you know, where's the direction. But then I ask him, my 7-year-old, okay, so where are you gonna place the TP and stop loss? And he's like, huh, what's that? You know, at that point it becomes a little bit more difficult, and that's what it is. You know, you have to separate the analysis and the trading. So the analysis is done, right? I think the path of least resistance is to the upside on gold. But where is the invalidation of this idea? Now that's difficult. I don't know. We could say that maybe below here, but that's just because of the idea that if we get a breakout, most likely the stop loss is going to be placed below the last low prior to the breakout. But if price starts moving down without a breakout, we still have this whole range right here. So technically, as long as gold stays within this whole range right here, it's not really going to change much for me. So I think I will first need to see a breakout before I try to determine an entry.
I reckon we've got some bearish momentum coming down. I don't think we're going as low as whatever it was. I think it was 361. Somebody said in the chat. Dowit, who seems intent on spamming the chat with his views on it, I don't think is going low as 361. The 11 hour is coming to a close in the next 9 minutes. And if we look at it on my chart, where's my screen?
Sorry, Mike, but I'm gonna be back in just a bit. But before I leave, yes, we're going to announce 2 giveaway winners. Today. We're going to announce 2 giveaway winners today.
That's important to know.
It is very important to know. How that's the most important thing.
Who cares about gold?
Well, you can continue with your analysis on gold. I know what you're going to say. I know how you trade. I know everything about
What am I going to say? What am I going to say?
Well, I didn't expect that follow-up question, but let me see. let me see if I... Okay, so what I do think that you're going to say here is that you think that there might be a possibility of gold perhaps maybe coming down and testing 3,380 before moving higher.
I think it might come even down to 370 potentially.
Well, okay, so it's around the same area.
Yeah. And then be looking for longs. The only thing is at the moment, you have actually got a decent bit of support here already. So it's a question of whether we can hold this 15-minute candle. You might even see buys already in, because on the 4-hour, we've got still an hour left to go. So within that hour and 7 minutes, you could still see us pull back down, catch a bunch of people trying to look for sells, and then we shoot back up within that hour. So the next 1 hour candle is going to be quite key. But this wick here suggests to me that actually we might already have the buyers in, and we might be looking for an entry.
That looks like a typical... That looks like a typical, stop hunt that gold likes to do. Takes out the stops and then it starts running. And also the wick on that 1 hour candle, you take that in the context of the recent pumps, right? The overall bullish momentum and the pumps that have continued in a sense to the upside, and with that wick, then it's like there's a lot of reasons here to be bullish. But it's complicated because, like, okay, where do you enter? Where's the stop loss? We're gonna take that TP. That is why it makes this all so complicated. But I will tell you when I'm back exactly where to put that stop loss and TP.
So wrong. Oh dear. Right. Okay, he's gone. Let's have some tunes. What have we got here? That work? That'll do. Let's have some of that. Alrighty. So yeah, I think this is my first area that I've been looking for buys in this zone. There's some liquidity for us to aim for. We've already taken this one, but we still have this down here. We also have this one here, which has no wick. And I think those two have got the same. So technically, this one here is also liquidity. So those are all levels that we want to see price make some kind of reaction from, either leaving it behind or taking them. And then wait and see what formation it creates after that. At the moment, we've got this bearish engulfing to the downside. It's taken the low. But as I say, I still want it to come down, ideally to test these two moving averages, and then we'd look for buys potentially. If that doesn't work, then I suspect we may come down to retest this zone down here. Now, down here is a 5-hour inside bar, and this long wick, we're basically testing this long wick at the moment. So on the 4-hour, it was a more convincing bullish engulfing. But it did still wick reject. So the 11-hour doesn't seem like it wants to do much in the close of this 1 hour candle right now. It looks like it's just going to chill for a little while and not really do much. So I don't expect it to suddenly change anything drastic. The 90-minute, as you can see here, it would be quite nice for us to just dip down, retest this wick, and then shoot on up. We've still got over an hour left on that one as well. So I do think we've generally got bullish momentum. It's possible that we may not come down this low. We may actually just shoot straight up from where we are here, rather than retesting this. The fact that we've engulfed 1, 2, 3 previous 90-minute candles suggests that we've got a lot of buyers in on the market right now. We're coming down at the moment on the 1 minute. So let's have a look, and we'll see what price gives us. Let me just pull it up on my MT5 so I can compare. And let's see. Ideally, what we want to see is we want to see us tapping into this area, taking some of this liquidity, and probably it might be that we take this level here, this dotted line or this dashed line, we take that and then react off here and then look for buys. So one trade idea might be looking for us to take that level, stops just below, and then heading on up. And then assuming that's what we're trading, let's just go back here, let's make that bigger so we can see it. Then aiming for this level here potentially, or maybe even higher. If we look at the daily candle is another engulfing, bullish engulfing, and this is the only thing, is whether or not this is going to react and try to sell from somewhere. So have we got anywhere that this, where we've had these highs today, have we got anything that it can react from? Well, we do have this candle here, this one here, and this one here. All right, so we had several attempts in, if I delete this one and this one, and if I draw that on there, it's not the right color for my usual color coding, but never mind. You can see that we've moved off this area, even though it broke past it. This was an area where sellers came in. It was a decent engulfing to the downside, pushing down, pushed down from here. Didn't break here, but there's still, you can see even from here, it pushed down. So there's still an accumulation of selling orders in this area. So the question is whether or not 1, 2 engulfing candles here, let's just delete that, whether those two are enough kind of momentum for us to push further higher. Thing is, if we then get 3 engulfing candles to the upside, that is a huge amount of bullish momentum. And it'd be very interesting to see how that then plays out on the higher time frames. If we go to the weekly we can see, let me just delete that arrow. Weekly, we seem a little bit unclear. We're only Tuesday, so we've still got obviously a little bit of a way to go. But again, we had this wick here, another big long wick here, and another one here. So again, this isn't necessarily an insignificant area where we're definitely going to see buys go to all-time highs or anything like that. Look at the monthly. Monthly from last month for July was an inside bar, so there's liquidity on either side of it. Okay, so we have liquidity up here to take, and we have liquidity down at the below. It is my opinion that we will probably see a little bit more bullish momentum. Look at the 11-day as well. The 11-day we've taken the low. I want to see us reject this this high here and say, no, we're going to leave that for later. Okay, that's my expectation. Let's see what it's doing on the 15-minute. Back to this zone. It's pushed down just a tad bit more. So let's see. Let's see, what does it look like now? So we're coming down, and let's see. Let's just draw that trade idea back on, because for some reason it got deleted. And let's see how we play out. We've taken this area here, and we've broken past. We've taken this one. Now we want to see, this isn't a trade yet. We want to see if it breaks this low. If it breaks this low, then it's an invalid trade. Yeah, it's broken it. So it's not a valid trade. So that trade idea is not one that we want to take. Next areas that we're going to look at, potentially here and potentially here. That one there. So what we can see is the move down. We'll just wait for it to keep doing what it's doing. But you can see the move down is leaving wickless candles, one there, another one there, and another one there. So it's leaving a lot of this liquidity down below. So gold has a tendency to do these, where it dips down and then it wicks straight back up. So you've got to be really, really careful on how you play these. There you go, on the 2-minute, for example. Ideally, I want to see the 2-minute, I want to see it come down to this one here, personally. I'd rather see it come down to this one, because that's a 2-minute and a 1-minute engulfing candle. So that would be my preference. Do it, please. There's no need for capital letters. It's a form of shouting. We don't need to shout here. There's no need for shouting. No need for shouting. Those of you just joining us, welcome. Welcome to the The5ers live training room. Good news, if you haven't already heard, not only have the The5ers announced that CTrader is now available as a trading platform. CTrader is as an alternative to MT5. MT5 is still available, but they're also bringing back the US traders. So if you're based in the US and you've been waiting, itching, dying to come back to the The5ers and to get yourself a high stakes or a boot camp or a hyper growth, now's your chance. Now is the time to take your opportunity and bring yourself back to the The5ers. Bring yourself back to the The5ers family and enjoy some of the best spreads in the prop industry. You can see the spreads over on the right hand side of the screen, and you can also see the pricing direct from the MT5 feed or the CTrader feed along the top as well. So yeah, so gold at the moment, it is in that area. Now, interesting enough, after that tap in here, it's formed this interesting little structure. I want to see now, is it going to respect this low? Because it's also created another inside bar. So it's now a question of, right, are we going to see an engulfing to the upside now? And if we are, then that might be the opportunity for our buys. And it certainly seems like it is. Now, we've got to wait for a second because that's the first 20 seconds of that candle. Got to be really, really cautious that we don't enter too soon, because we all know that gold can wick up, take that liquidity, and then still shoot right back down. So I'm not getting into this trade just yet. I'll be waiting to see how it finishes on the 1 minute. It would be a high risk entry, but the idea would be, let's say we're going to get in there, stops below there, and we're aiming for the tops. Right, aiming for the tops and potentially even higher, because we do have a bullish bias. The other thing to notice is that our 1 hour candle right now opened without a wick. So we've got further reason to believe that we're going higher. It's not a bad close. Would I take this trade? Yeah, I think I would actually. On a low risk, this might not be a bad trade to take. I think we could potentially go to take those liquidity levels. As I say, ideally, I'd rather see us. I mean, you could put your stops down there, but the trade concept is this one here. So maybe below this engulfing here is kind of a conservative idea. You do a low enough risk level, then it's not gonna do too much damage either way. So yeah, fibers to the moon, exactly that, right? Mystic Ek. I don't know what. No idea. Trade Locker sucks, man. Tried it. Ooh, no, don't like Trade Locker. CTrader, I'm told, is very, very, very good. So looking forward to giving that a go. We have created another inside bar here on the 1 minute. So get in this trade or not get in this trade. That would, I mean, really the formation that we've got right now. Yeah. 5 minute nice wick against the moving averages. 3 minute not too convincing. And 2 minute not too convincing, if I'm honest. I'm not going to take this trade. I'm not going to take this trade. I'll probably live to regret it. But I'm not going to take this trade right now. I think we might have further downward pressure, maybe down to this area here. This seems like a better trade idea, this one down here. So if we look at that on the 1 minute, take that out, stick a trade there, and watch for us to potentially pull down further and head on higher. I think that's a nicer trade idea. The fact that it's a 2 minute and a 1 minute engulfing candle gives us greater confluence. So let's see. It's taken the open of that 1 hour candle. So it's sorted out that imbalance that it had. Let's see. We've got this crossover between the moving averages, so it might start to pull down a little bit here, start to come down, and then something along those lines would be what I'm looking for. Exactly, JC. Exactly. C-Trader is in with the 5ers. Amazing news. Let's see what else is happening in the chat. Gabriel's asking if I could look at GJ. Do you think it can push back up to 200? Let's take a quick look at GJ. Just don't tell Jonatan because he'll get cross at me because he wanted me to look at gold. Let's have a look. Why isn't that deleting? That's weird. Oh, because I've got... Silly me. Sorry, hang on. Because I've got my drawing pen on. Hang on. There we go. Right, let's delete that. GJ. Can I get to 200 again? Yes. But you've got a lot of 4-hour momentum pushing downwards. And there's liquidity down below for it to come and take out. So yes, GJ could theoretically go back to 200, but I don't think it's likely to happen. That's just my instincts. I think it's going to more likely head down to 198.074, something like that. That's my assessment on GJ. Paul's asking how long I've been trading. 1, 2, 3 years almost. Over 2.5 years, 3 years. I've been trading. I've been with the 5ers since it'd be 2 years trading with the 5ers as a trader. In next week, I think it's next week when I first got my first bootcamp account. So yeah. Uzmana is asking, what is the best asset to trade to succeed in the weekly competition, given that we can only open one position at a time? I wouldn't try to win the weekly competition. If you treat it as just trying to win it, then you're just going to blow it and you're not going to succeed, right? Those who are trying to gamify it and everything else, they're giving you a false narrative. They're giving you a false impression. What you need to do is you need to look for your own edge and treat it as a free trading account, a free demo account that you can go and you can trade and you can hone your skills on. That's what I'd be doing. I wouldn't be trying to figure out the best way to do that. You're just gonna learn bad habits. And that's not the best way to do it. Shan wants to know, hear my thoughts on martingale strategies, specifically fixed target martingale rather than doubling down strategies. I haven't used martingale, if I'm honest. Shan, I did dabble in it at the very, very beginning, but I think you've got to have nerves of steel for martingale, because you're just adding into your risk all the time. So I personally don't think they're a wise approach, is my honest opinion. Gold is indeed, Joseph, is quite volatile. That's why so many people love it. Let's go have a look. What is it doing at the moment? Let's go take a look. It's probably proving that trade idea right. Let's see. It's taken that high. It's now struggling as to what it wants to do next. So let's see how that plays out. I'd be confident taking longs on gold once the Asian low has been taken out. The Asian low, which was this one. You want longs from here. You want that to be taken, and now forex. You want that low to be taken, and then to go long on gold. The way I see it, I would say that is a massive buying candle, and if you break that, then the sellers have overpowered it and you're selling off. That's my opinion. You do that today, you're changing the entire direction of the daily candle. Bear in mind, it's what, 10 a.m. UK time, right? On the daily candle, you're saying that you've got to come down, take this, and then come all the way back up again. Now, yes, gold can do that. It can for sure do that. But you're basically suggesting you've got to come lower, take all of this out, and then go higher again. I think the Asia low, if we're going long, the Asia low is our low for today, is my view. Tamilbot, tell me what you think. Tell me your opinion of USD CHF and CAD CHF, and I'll tell you mine. Merc, yeah, why not? What's wrong with a 1 minute trade? Took a trade in 1 minute, so basically which high time frame you watch and what you've seen there. So I am looking at all of the time frames. You can see them all along the chart, all along here. So I start with my monthly, and my monthly charts, and those I don't need to look at very often. These are various different trades I've had in the past, so let's just delete those so they don't screw up this side part. But basically what we're looking at is let's hide that. Let's hide all of this, and let's hide all of this. There we go. I start from the monthly, and then I start working my way down. We've got the monthly, then we've got the weekly, and all I do is I mark out all these levels that I just hid. So all of these levels are liquidity levels, inside bars, wickless candle, so no wick. Candle opened and shot straight up without any kind of test below. So the open is the same as the high or the low, or the close is the same as the high or the low. And price hasn't revisited to kind of equalize that level and provide equilibrium to the market. So I look for those inside bars and perfect equal highs and equal lows, and those are levels that I look for price to come and return to, and then looking for reactions from areas such as this one here. For example, if we're looking at the weekly, I'm looking for price when it comes down here. I'm looking for us to shoot on up. Now, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a massive all-time high again on there, but I do expect price to come down here and then probably have some kind of reaction. Reason being is because if you look at this candle here, it took out the previous 3 weeks. So this is a point where buyers really massively came into the market and pushed on higher. So that's the concept. Entry below is also, yeah, exactly. But the thing with these, Joseph, is with those trade ideas, if I go for these ones, right, then the risk to reward is better, but I'm only risking like 0.1% on these trades. So for example, if I took this one, it's a 9.5% risk to reward, theoretically, obviously spreads and all that other stuff, so it's probably not going to be necessarily 9.5. But you risk 1.5% or 1%, sorry, 0.1%, and you're looking at a 1% reward. You know, but if I'm wrong, I've only lost 0.1%. So I can be wrong a lot of times, and still I can make profit. So that's the way I look at it. I do like the structure we're forming right now. Nice engulfing on the 1 minute, pushing us down. We have left this liquidity down here, so it does look like we may see some more bearish momentum come in now. One thing I haven't done is I haven't looked at these levels down here. So we have got another wickless candle there. We've got another one there. That is not an equal low, but we also have a wickless candle there. So it has got a weak low down here. So it'll be interesting to see how this does play out. I mean, even that trade there, right? If we talk about that trade there, if you set yourself your stop loss just below there, and you went for even a 4, you could have theoretically gotten a 5R from that, right? But you could even just gone for a 2R, right? Just assuming that price has come in, tested that wick, and shot up. It's a valid potential trade idea. But on the 1 minute, gold moves like wild craziness, right? Okay, there's tons and tons of you in the chat. So, yeah, exactly. Thank you, St. Doobie. Learning from contests is more valuable than winning. Precisely right. Kavika is pretty stoked for today's news. It's taken a while, but they wanted to make sure that they did it properly. And so it is time to welcome back our friends from across the pond in the US. Welcome back, all our US traders. Let's have a look. Sorry, I'm going to skip through chat a little bit because I can see there's tons and tons of comments. If spot breaks resistance but futures don't, what does it signal about market participation? It depends what you define as your resistance, and it depends. I haven't looked at the futures markets. I don't look at the futures markets. I only look at CFDs. So I don't have that as part of my strategy, so I can't give you an honest answer on that. But I would assume it depends on how you're using support and resistance, right? So if your data feed suggests and your backtesting suggests that futures is the way to go, then stick with the futures. If there isn't a clear edge in it, which I don't know because I haven't looked at it, then you need to think about alternative options. Sly says gold has failed to create a new high. It's time to sell to cover Asian session fair value gap. Maybe not. Who knows? It is pushing up higher now. It's still leaving a trail behind it. Let's have a look. Yeah, one there and another one there. So that initial trade idea, that one, which I personally didn't like, where is it? That one there. That there could have given you a 6R potentially, and it's probably going to go higher actually. Just the way it goes. We've got a week high up here anyway, so it's an inside bar on the 1 minute right there. So again, further liquidity for price to come and take out. Possibly going to see a reaction here, somewhere in here maybe. Just looking at the 2 minute and the 3 minute, you can see it there. You can normally spot these once you just guide your eye. It's an inside bar on the 5 minute, so look for it to take this level and then maybe sell down. Is possibly an idea on the gold at the moment. So look for it to come to here, retest this body, and then sell. So the idea would be something like this. Theoretically, I mean, something like that, and then sell down, and even sell down to where we've got this entry here. Don't know if it's going to work. It's not. I don't like it as a trade idea, but theoretically, if you're trying to trade the 1 minute, then it could work. So you see how it's taken that. We're still in that 1 minute candle. I wouldn't enter it yet. I'd want to wait and see what the 1 minute does as a close before we try and get in. Yeah, exactly, Joseph. But that's my strategy, right? Is I know that my entries, I could get a lot of trades wrong, but then when I get a winner, it cleans up. So, but for example, that one there, I didn't like the look of. This one now is starting to look all right. I just want to see how it plays on the 1 minute. I mean, you could argue, let's say, something like that. It's a bit of a wider, what's it called? stop loss than I would normally go for. I'd normally prefer a tighter stop loss, but at the moment, this could be suggesting actually further bullish momentum because it is technically an engulfing 1 minute, but the wick rejected down. So that's why I put the entry suggestion below it, and then look for it to sell down. It may work. There you go. It's triggered in, and we'll see if it plays out or not. JC, if you want to get CTrader, you've got to go and get an account. You won't be able to use CTrader on an existing account. It's only on new accounts, because it's like with any prop firm or any broker, you've got to choose the platform that you use because they then have to issue the credentials and everything else from the creation of the account. So you've got to make a choice at the point of purchase as to whether or not you want MT5 or CTrader. So I hope that helps. Let's see what else is happening. Mark's asking for EURUSD. EURUSD I was looking at earlier. I caught a nice buy on it earlier, and it has indeed done what I thought it was going to do, and it has gone off without me, which is very annoying. Yeah, that is really actually incredibly annoying because I was looking for buys on EURUSD. And Jonatan wanted me to look at gold. So I looked at gold. I think looking at it, let's take a look. You've got an inside bar there on the 1 hour. I think realistically, I do feel like there is bullish momentum. The 5 hour does look very good for buys right now. See how it's just sitting wicked several times onto this 50 moving average. It does look semi-decent for buys, but I'm not entirely convinced on EU, if I'm honest. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's kind of at this tipping point, really. You see how the moving averages are crossed over, and so you've now got the 50 pulling further down and crossed over the 100, and we're quite a way off this one here. That's on the 12 hour. On the daily, the only thing stopping us is this engulfing candle to the downside. So I'd like to think that we've still got buyers coming in, but there is still this cluster down here, and as you can see, we've tested that moving average there on the 50, and it's more than possible that we could come back down to test that 100. And look how far we are from the 200. So we're a good way off from it. It doesn't necessarily mean we're just going to stop, but I mean, starting to see it curve back down is a reasonable expectation, I would say. Swap nil, I'm not sure I understand the question. When you risk 0.1%, that would mean that you focus on profiting just the fund house with commissions. And do we see people encouraged to trade the 1 minute for the same reason? No. I am looking at gold and trading gold on the 1 minute because that's what you guys want. That's what you guys want to see. Apparently, that's the entertainment factor. That's how we get people looking at these things. Right? You guys want to see the gold, the gold. Isn't that right, John?
What's going on?
You just come in to sit there quietly, or you come to ridicule my 1 minute gold trading?
Can you hear me? You can hear me, yeah?
Oh, I can hear you.
Yes. No. I'm not going to ridicule you. Are you? Have you? What do you mean? Is these are actually actual trades?
These are trade ideas that I pulled out live on stream, but I haven't taken myself personally because, well, this one I didn't take, and this one I didn't take. But they were trade ideas that I shared on stream. This is the one that nice. I'm waiting for. This one here.
Nice. So, what are we thinking here on gold? I'm thinking, because you're looking at the 1 minute right there. Well, we see, I can open up my chart. Also, guys, Will, new host coming on after our session here today. Let's see if LJ wakes up. It's gonna be him and LJ. Otherwise, it's gonna be me and Will, and then of course we're gonna have Griff coming on. No, it's gonna be you. Yeah, it's gonna be you, man.
What do you mean it's gonna be me?
Well, you have the that midday slot,
Oh, okay. Is Griff not joining us today for his Tuesday session?
Griff is joining us, and Will is going to be joining us as well. Some of you know Will from Tradelicious. You guys remember Tradelicious? We had the London trading floor. He has now joined us, so he's going to be doing that midday session. Then eventually, we're looking at potentially, extending the live stream into the New York session. Just looking for the right people. We're looking for the right people. When we find the right people, we're going to be extending to the New York session. And I got this vision of having a London session, starting the live stream at the London Open, and then ending the live stream at the close of the New York session. Now, obviously, that's a lot of hours, so we need a lot of people, and people don't grow on trees. Apple does grow on trees, though. I have an apple tree, very good apples. But when we have the right apples,
we make apple pie.
We make apple pie. Yeah, baby, we make apple pie. Then we're gonna be making a gold pie. But you're looking at the 1 minute right here. Okay, so looking at the 1 minute, yeah, it's a range. 5 minute, same type of range right here. 50 minutes, we get no breakout above that level. Not very exciting, is it?
Yeah. There's a suggestion of getting apples on stream.
That would have been interesting. Very imagine that. Oh, look at that. Wait a minute, I have two. That's weird, isn't it? I have two.
I don't know what you have. Two what?
Okay, I'm looking at my MetaTrader for the EAs, for the algo portfolio, and it got two GBP JPY trades open, but I think I only have one EA running on that pair, which then doesn't make a lot of sense. So I just have to take a look at that. No. Actually, I do have two. Good stuff. So I had some issues with my algo portfolio, right? I had some issues with. I had this feeling that not enough trades were taken. I looked at my MetaTrader terminal and I'm like, doesn't feel right. I pull it up and there's just, for example, one order open on Euro JPY. But I have 4 different algos running on Euro JPY. So there should be more orders. Now, what I did was I went in and looked at the magic number. So in MetaTrader, there's a function called magic number or magic numbers, and every trade can be identified by a magic number. So with the EAs, for example, you can go into the EAs and you can see what magic number that EA has, and then all the orders for that EA will be categorized or identified with the magic number. So I looked at the EAs I had on Euro JPY, and apparently they all had the same magic number. Rookie mistake, right? But I've now changed it, so every magic number for all the EAs are unique. And this is actually now the first time that I see it has 2 orders open on GBP JPY, which is quite exciting. Very exciting.
This is Jonathan's way of telling us that his algos are now going to start making him millions, and so he's going to say goodbye to us all, and he's going to run off into the sunset. and live in his mansion.
Well, I will eventually probably say goodbye to you all, but that's going to take a while. Like I do.
The algos are good, but they're not that good.
I really look forward to that day. Not because there's something wrong with you guys, but man, is that day when I see that the algo portfolio is just, and I want to get to that point where, I want to get to that point where my passive investments and my active trading is just able to produce a fairly low percentage return a month, but the size of the portfolio will pay for all my monthly expenses. Right? I hope that day is going to come. In not too long. It is difficult though because, and I'm not talking about prop firm capital. I'm talking about my own capital on my private accounts. Which is, you do the calculation on like how much money do you need to live comfortably with taxes and everything. It's quite a lot of money, quite a lot of money. So you need a substantial amount of money in your personal trading account, which is like at times it just feels like it's unreachable.
Unattainable.
Yes. Thank you. You know what? Like I never knew a Polish person could be so good at English. You're very good at English, Mike.
Well, I speak the Polish very well, and I speak the English even better.
Very good. Very good.
That was a terrible accent.
That was a very bad accent. That was more like Italian.
Yeah, Gold Rush Traders Free. This seems like you're just posting in the chat to try and get some people to join your Telegram.
Wait a minute. Let's see. Where do we have that?
This one here. But okay. if you're not, right, if you genuinely are interested in coming into the live trading room, Jonatan is always looking for people. So there's an email.
Just email me, jonatan.r@the5ers.com or tradingroom@the5ers.com. Give me a 6 months trading record. Track record. I'm kidding. I don't care about your track record. It'll be funny. Though.
Look, if
show me record a video where you're doing a stand-up routine or something like that. Maybe
if you had to have your trade record validated to get onto this stream, guys, I wouldn't be here. Let me just put that right there, right now. So I am purely here for comedy purpose.
And that's why he's leaving. That's why we're firing him.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the last week. This is the last week that I'm here on the stream. So
yeah, exactly.
Enough degen. So yeah. Apologies. Didn't mean to use this account. Not trying to publicize. Okay.
Oh, I like that. This guy is actually honest. Now that is, I like that.
Well, if it's true.
Yeah.
It's true. So, because that's what you would say, wouldn't you? So, who knows?
No, I think if he's one of those shameless advertising channels, he would just go on spamming like he don't care.
Or he's just very good at what he does. In that case, bring him into the channel, bring him into the live trading room. Because if he's good at what he does, then
no, I'm serious though. Like if you want to get into the live trading room, you send an email to tradingroom@the5ers.com. We are we're welcoming everyone. Like you should probably know how to trade. That's a given. You should know how to trade. You should be able to analyze the markets live. And the thing, like I like to do this with if there's a completely new host that I have no idea about trading history, or there's no social media history, like there's nothing, give the guy an elevation account and then trade this live on a live trading room. Very few people are able to trade live, like a new fresh elevation account, trade live on a trading room and then do that transparently and not just completely blew it in a week or two. Like very few people are able to do that. If you think you're able to, and then if you blow the account, that's okay. Like that's really okay. It's not about you being able to be like super profitable on that account. It's more about how do you handle trading and analysis in front of a live audience. because that's not easy. That is not easy. I mean, I've had periods where I'm like super excited about a new strategy, you know, and I open a evaluation account and I'm like, okay, guys, I'm gonna be trading this account live on a new system I've created here. I got the back testing results. Everything looks wonderful. I have like a couple of weeks of live forward testing on outside the live stream, and then I go on the live stream. I'm like, yeah, okay, so 2 days go by and it's gone. you know. And that can be very frustrating because you're like, you get this idea and you go into the live trading room like, I'm going to be making money, everyone's going to love me, and then it's like, and then it's like, wow, okay, I suck at this, and then you have to deal with that. And you have to deal with, completely failing in front of hundreds of people, if not thousands of people watching,
Yeah, exactly.
It's a nightmare.
If you disconnect yourself from it, then and just go in, just don't take it too seriously, then, and actually that's, in a way, that's, I'm not saying you shouldn't take trading seriously, but if you don't take trading like so seriously and you don't put so much emotion into it and you just kind of just flow with it, then you can often find that your trading improves.
Live trading, live streaming has definitely improved. Well, I'm not going to say it has improved my own trading because I barely have any time for my own trading, but it has improved trading in a way where I have to, I have to let go of the results, because otherwise it's just going to be the negativity or the negative emotions that comes from blowing an account live in front of everyone is eventually going to affect the quality of the content in the live stream. I mean, if I come on here and I start crying, and sobbing and completely broken,
are we not,
that's going to be, in a sense, going to be good content, but
we're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, we're not supposed to do that. It's good content, or could be very good. I mean, imagine if I come up here and like completely destroyed, screaming, crying, like, I can't believe I blow the account once again, could definitely, make for a couple of good TikTok shorts, but we're trying to act professional, so we have to just let go of the losses and move on, and it's. I do think, however, that's what real trading is about. Is you have a system, or maybe you're just just a discretionary trader, but let's say you have a system with clearly defined rules and follow the damn system, right? And if you lose, you just move on. It does not supposed to affect you. You're supposed to one of those pans. You probably used them in the cafe, pans with a non-stick substance on it, right? Supposed to be one of those. That's you, and then anything that comes at you, it doesn't stick. It just falls right off the pan.
It's supposed to be a Teflon pan, basically, is what Jonatan's saying.
Exactly, it's supposed to be a Teflon pan. The more Teflon you have, the better trader you're gonna be. Tough skin,
Rahul says, I've been trading while watching you guys and it has improved my trading a lot. I am not trying to make a lot of decisions after taking the trade. The last 3 weeks has been great for me as a trader. That is what we like to hear. That's why
we do what we do.
Exactly. And Joseph, you are absolutely right. That zone was invalidated. It smashed through it like nobody's business. So that trade, I wouldn't have taken that trade. This one here doesn't mean that this trade actually won't happen, because that engulfing candle still acts as an area where buyers suddenly got into the market and then shot up. So there could still be an opportunity for this trade to work out later on. But we'll need to wait and see. But for now, it looks like we've still got bears taking control of gold for the time being.
You know what I think? I think gold is going to bounce here.
Back up.
Yeah, I think we have. I think you have support here. I'm gonna hijack your moment here and switch over to my.
That doesn't sound like anything like you would do.
Exactly right. You know me. I like that. You know me. So we got the level right here. Got a horizontal level. Looks like it's the low of whatever this is. And I think if you're a discretionary trader, let's say I'm going to look at this opportunity from a purely discretionary type of way, no real systematic way of doing this. Let's say you're just trading purely on feelings, on your gut feelings here. You're looking at this and you're saying, okay, support, I think it's going to bounce. Looking into 1 minute, you're going to see, do we have a breakup structure? So what I would look at here is, okay, we got a move coming down, maybe break above that trend line, something like this, and I think price is going to get back up at least to this level, maybe up to this level as well. So the fact that something is at support, I think only the fact that something is at support should give you the idea of potentially bouncing, price using support as support. Usually what happens. So what I would be looking at is something like this, something like that.
I'd be waiting because we've got the 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, and 4 hour candles all closing in the next 16 minutes.
1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour, 5 hour, 6 hour, 7 hour. Let's go.
No, just 1 to 4.
Yeah, okay.
But if you look at them individually, right, in the final 15 minutes, they can really give you a clear indication as to where price wants to go. At this moment, you'll find that there is a significant move more often than not.
Chirurgic steel.
Chirurgic skill.
That's right. Be like chirurgic steel. If you want to make it in trading,
and we not just
be like chirurgic steel.
I feel like Teflon has a better ring to it. That's probably why they called it Teflon instead of chirurgic steel, whatever it's called.
Yeah, maybe that's why. I do think that Teflon is a brand, so maybe.
Yeah, but I can't imagine.
If you're launching, whatever brand of ambassador of Teflon,
send us
be that. Send me an email. Send me an email. Let's make a deal. Actually, I think Teflon is poisonous. I think it's dangerous. So what I've done in my kitchen, I've replaced all Teflon pans with that, what is it? Iron, steel, that cast iron. Yeah, so everything's cast iron. It's a little bit extra work, but man,
it's a bit heavy.
Stuff. It's a bit heavy and it's a lot of them, but I just push, everything goes in a dishwasher anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Teflon pans get scratched and eventually lose the non-stickiness. Be a stainless steel pan with a bit of oil in it. Scratches don't bother you. Wise
I
words
like this guy, the Oracle. You should come on the live stream. We should do a cooking show together.
Apparently, he messaged earlier to say that he was live streaming with Will in the past. So
really,
yeah. So
nice.
Maybe you can get him on.
Yeah, definitely. Well, come on, man. Come on, get on the live stream. What are you waiting for? Send me an email.
Henri says, Jonatan, inverse that chart and tell me you see the same thing.
How am I supposed to see the same thing if I invert the chart? What is this?
But you still see the same direction.
Because you're in Australia doesn't mean, it's the same thing when you flip it over.
Hey.
Come on, Henry.
Calm down.
You know this.
We Australians.
Well, good morning, LJ. How's it going? You've woken up from your slumber.
Yes, I literally woke up 1 minute ago and jumped on. So I'm still waking up.
Nice.
This poor guy.
I'm a bit
This is the most high energy live stream I've ever done. It's like I got a fever, you're barely awake, and Mike's is Mike's is Mike.
It's fine. The Teflon Don is here. I heard you guys talking about Teflon before I jumped on. I'm the Teflon Don, alright? The big daddy has come home, alright? Don't worry. That Teflon ain't poisonous.
The Teflon Don. Yeah, let's do that.
Induce enough, and then you're straight as well. You're good. You're strong, just like the Teflon.
Oh, yes.
It's Gordon Ramsay.
The guy with the orange shirt.
Wait. That said, I feel like Jonathan's the one for that cooking show, right? I mean, Jonathan cooks some
Jonathan
stuff, right?
Jonathan
You got some weird food interests.
Do you know, guys?
Right? How is that weird?
This is a little known secret. Hang on.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird, but
if you want to know the market secret, right? You want to have an insider stock trading idea for IKEA, right? If you want to know where they get the meatball recipe from, it's this man right here. Right? It's this man right here.
That means you don't want to consume that.
I've been known dabble in
IKEA meatballs. IKEA meatballs.
Avoid those $1 meatballs. And there's $1.
You know what? So I was cooking chicken lasagna, right? And I showed it in our group, and Alex started like doing all these puking emojis, right? And he's like, "Who put chicken in lasagna?" And I think this guy, single, doesn't have a family. He has no idea, like no idea. Chicken lasagna is like, it's up there. It's up there. Chicken lasagna, guys. That's good stuff. Good stuff. And he's like, "Who put chicken in?" I'm not putting like hens in the lasagna. There's like chicken, meat.
Look, chicken is good. Chicken is the king of all protein. To be fair,
it is. Like I almost only eat chicken. Every day I eat chicken. Like, I'm not kidding. Every day I eat chicken. There's so many things you can do with chicken. You can grind it, and then it's like minced meat. And then you have the fillet and everything. Like, and you can make balls. You can make lasagna. You can make everything.
You make what?
Chicken balls is good.
Yeah, what?
Yeah. Chicken meatballs, not chicken balls. Chicken meatballs. That's something different, guys. Completely different.
There you go. You guys turn on to Jonathan's dinner table. It's chicken balls and chicken feet on the table. That's it.
If you don't know,
sounds like a great delicacy right there.
Don't expect.
Yeah, and I remember. Back in the
protein is protein, right?
Protein's protein. You sound like there's a guy called Josh. There's a guy called Josh Widdicombe. He's a comedian in the UK, right? And he does a Parenting Hell podcast. It's called Parenting Hell, and it's him and another comedian. They both have two young kids, and they just talk about random rubbish. And one of his things that for Christmas he makes a vegetarian lasagna. Now, chicken lasagna is one thing, but vegetarian lasagna.
Pasta and cheese. like, what do you mean?
Exactly.
What's in it?
It's like a spaghetti with sauce, but just sheets of pasta instead of.
Exactly. I don't know. I've never had it.
But there are a lot of vegetarian alternatives to meat that actually is similar to meat. I'm not gonna lie, it's not that huge of a difference.
I used to be vegetarian, to be fair.
Oh wow, look at this. Can we take a moment and appreciate?
I just didn't like the taste of meat.
Your bad trade idea.
No, this comment right here.
I somehow feel as though. So, guys, Jonatan.
There you go,
Jonatan has a team of people that work for him, right? And I'm pretty sure that he has alternative YouTube channels with just random names.
That's just him commenting that in the background. There you go.
Yeah, I love that comment though. Thank you. It's a wonderful comment.
I think you've gone mute, Mike. Just by the way.
I don't think he's muted.
Mike died.
Yeah, it's just Jonathan. It's just Jonathan. It's just his fat fingers.
We missed half the reason. Yeah.
No, I do have a team, and most of the people in that team, really likes me, and they like me to the level where they actually come on the live stream and give me all of these compliments. But this guy, I have not paid to say anything. Okay.
Cool. Is he part of the makeup team? They just pamper you up, get you all pretty before the live stream.
Dude, if I had a makeup team, I would fire everyone. Like, look at me.
Uli, I can tell you now, right? Victor is the most deadpan. Right, when it comes to insults, Victor can kill you with one word. That is not Victor.
I love Victor.
Victor just honestly, he can destroy you with one word. It's unreal.
Victor's
I'm never gonna forget the live stream when he came on. It's like, oh, you're going short gold. It's like, yeah, why? Why?
It was just
like, what do you mean why?
He literally came in and was like, "You're going short gold? Yeah. Why?" It was literally that. Oh,
Victor's just like literally like James Bond, dude.
Okay, what happened to your camera there, Jonathan? You suddenly went.
Oh, he just had to redo his makeup.
He's muted himself now. He's now muted himself.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
I don't know why that happens. Sometimes this just disconnects everything.
Can't hear you, man. We can see you talking. We can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
No.
I can't hear you.
Can't hear him. No.
Again?
You can hear me.
No, we can't hear you.
No, can't hear you.
Okay. I'm like, oh, he can read lips. That's awesome. Anything but always said, please answer me. Are you married already? You know what? Like, who are you? What do you look like?
Send him a proposal.
Yeah.
In the mail.
It's depends.
But
it depends.
the mother of his children might have something to say about it.
Yeah. That's right. Quick divorce.
Yeah.
Fine. Yeah.
Jonathan's got a crush. He's got a stalker here. He's got a stalker. Oh man.
What color do we go to the background over here? Chat. Give us give me blue, purple, green.
Let's try.
We want orange. We want orange because we were talking about Trump earlier. I've worn orange today specifically. Jonathan did. No, he did. Jonathan, please give us your Trump impression from earlier. Please. It is so good.
Trump impression.
I'm not good at that. I'm not good at doing
you are really, really.
Come on, I gotta hear this. Come on, Jonathan.
Like I can't do it on command. It's just it has to be intuitive. It has to be
randomly.
It was off the back.
It comes from my heart.
It was off the back of the news that he had gotten rid of Cook. So Jonathan just went into just natural Trump. And it was.
Oh, so it's just that news. Okay, I was going to say, did I miss something whilst I was asleep? Has something else happened? I was like,
no, you're okay.
40 minute now.
No, but we for those of you joining, who recently joined, we are once again welcoming US traders into the 5ers. So if you're in America and you've been waiting for us to open up to America, then you're welcome to do so today, right now. And we also had some comments on C-Trader. I believe that C-Trader is available on new accounts. So
it is. Bargav, you need to go up through the chat. Go up.
Go up until you find it's momentum. I'm not going to say it again though. And you're going to ask me what was that again?
So happy about US trade, so Mark.
Or what?
Mark is going to.
You're going to change the background. You can't like. It has to have. You're going to change it to blue.
This is his time. You want me to change it to blue?
Yeah, blue is going to look much better because the wall is like. What's the color of your wall? Is it white?
Color coordinated. What do you mean? I'm matching. Jeez. All right, we want blue.
It doesn't work like that. You have to have the that's better. Look at that. That's nice.
Okay. Yeah, like is that because your bars are blue?
I do like blue. I do like blue.
Okay.
You, Mike.
You need to get some blue plants in your background then.
Trying to get my camera to work.
You need some Avatar stuff, right? Avatar has blue plants. You got green plants. You're still on Earth.
You know what? I don't like that movie. I saw it on the premiere. Everyone loved it, but I'm like, it's the worst movie I've ever seen.
What? Yeah, how? Like the first one, or
yeah, the very first one. Yeah,
the first one I saw, and I was like, okay, cool. At the time, that was cool.
Yeah.
The second one, no one cared. It was too late. It's way beyond.
Exactly.
It's like, wait, is this still exists? Avatar? Really?
Gold buy signal.
Okay, gold buying right here. Yeah. Okay, 1 minute. Yeah, this is the buy and gold. Yep, that's right. Okay, let's pretend we bought here.
Gold buy.
Then where would we exit this trade? Well, right up here. Yep, that's the trade on gold.
Buying Can you tell me, Mike, today that you're further up on your account, please? That will make me very happy.
I'm as I was. I haven't taken anything since we spoke.
Okay, fair enough. That's fine.
I did have some. I did give some non-signals earlier, but really interrupted by you know who. So I had these two trade ideas on the 1 minute, and this current trade is going to be this one here. Stops just there, and take it up. Take it on up. That's what I'm looking at.
So I think we're full in dollar shorts right now across the board.
You're still in the drawdown, Mike.
Huh?
You're still in the drawdown. Did you say that?
No.
No, you never said that. Okay. I'm assuming you are. Then, I guess.
I'm trying to look for my misery, Jonatan. Jesus. Rude.
Hey, we need to beat this guy up.
Honestly, he's just.
Jonathan's asking for a.
Jonatan just wants. He just wants misery for me. He wants misery, Mike.
No, but I like
miserable.
We need.
We're on the same team.
I feel like we need balance. Like everyone can't just be fantastic for everyone. We need a balance.
Swap wants to know.
Mike will be fantastic, and you'll be a bit roughed up.
We'll just be better.
Johnson, yeah.
We'll just be better.
Some days I feel like I can't understand Australian English at all. Like he's speaking, I have no idea what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. That's right. Henri understands. We got one in chat out of the whole lot, so that's fine.
Okay, so we have this question. I have a question. Okay, if we see their charts, we see that we could easily buy here, sell here, and earn profit. Why is it so difficult in real time? Is it because of spread and commissions? No, I mean the spreads and commissions are not going to be a problem unless you if you have a break-even system, then yes, spreads and commissions are going to be an issue. And if you have like super tight spreads and your system is based on entering and exiting at the very very pip, then that might be providing. For most people, it's not going to be a problem unless you have if you have a profitable system. I think the question here is more like why is analysis easy but trading difficult? I think that's an interesting question though. Mine is pointing at his head. I don't know what he's trying to say. Is there something in my head? On my head? No, okay. No, it's good. Yeah, definitely.
Right.
Yeah, no, but I think what Mike is trying to say is it's all about psychology, and yeah, I guess
you endure the pain in between without balking it, right? And spitting the dummy and sticking fully to your guns and going, no, this is it. This is what I've played out. This is my strategy. This is my approach. And sometimes they're going to take the L, and the L hurts. But a lot of people try to mismanage the L rather than just taking it, take a deeper L, and then try to recover. And when they try to recover, they make mismatched trades, because they're not just trying to make a new trade, they're trying to recover the loss. And then you get into a deeper problem. You go, Mike. You have something to say.
No. I was just going to say Gianluca is talking about Frozen references, which I only know because my 3-year-old daughter is obsessed with Frozen. And I don't know why we're building rainbows or snowmen, but anyway.
Jonathan, have you watched Frozen? You have kids. You've watched Frozen, surely.
I have,
yes,
movie.
I have. I like that movie. That's a wonderful movie. I like it. It a lot. One movie that is really good though, that is Pet Detective, Ace Ventura. Oh, love that.
Oh, that is a good movie.
Man, that is a brilliant movie.
Really good movie. I need to rewatch that movie.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm gonna watch it with my kid.
When I eventually have kids, I'll bring them up on early like Pixar movies.
Yeah.
Pre-Disney Pixar crossover. And
those are the best ones.
right? So yeah, like early Toy Story, Bugs Life, that kind of stuff.
Oh, Toy Story! Toy Story is
just a good one.
Is Dude. Something else. It is something else indeed.
Toy Story game, another one, Mike. If you do get a PlayStation as well, plus your old Nintendo consoles, play.
That's right. They had all the Toy Story games. They had it on PlayStation back in the day.
Yeah, Toy Story on PlayStation 1 is actually a brilliant game. It is mega. It's complex. It has difficulties to figure out, that kind of stuff. Even especially for your kids, like serious recommendation. They'll love it, and it's fun and all that kind of stuff, but also challenging and difficult to.
What are you doing?
So I'm trying to figure out. The fib. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out the fib circles.
You're gonna break your monitor if you do that.
Yeah.
You got enough problems with your computers. Don't throw darts at it.
Oval there.
No, once I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, so we got all of these tools on here, right? We got, fib circle, fib spiral, fib speed resistance arc, fib wedge, and I'm like, am I supposed to know this? I got, I'm studying for CMT. Like, am I supposed to know what this is?
Yes, you are.
Crazy. Okay,
and
so
if you don't, spiral, then you're failing.
Take a look. This is pretty cool, though.
Dude,
this is really nice.
What are you doing?
You don't even know where you're drawing it. You're just drawing it randomly.
Dude, Mark and I already know this stuff, right?
Look at this, though. This looks really cool.
Yeah, but I'm not telling you the answer.
It looks really cool. Can you put that on the exam? Yeah, this looks really cool.
Yeah.
This is madness.
4 marks. Okay.
But there is, we got the GAN. No, which one is it? Is it the, I remember I used to use GAN. I think it's the GAN square. Okay, I'm not gonna try to even. Never mind. Okay.
Don't be scared.
Well, okay. Look at that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We this is actually beautiful. Beautiful price action right here. You see how?
That's beautiful.
We marked that support earlier, and obviously, when price comes into support area, the most logical thing to do is to start looking for longs, right? But not immediately. You want to see some type of confirmation of a price, buyer stepping into the market. I think the first instance of that would have been that 1 minute candle. Obviously, strong 1 minute candle right here, telling us that obviously the buyers are outpacing the sellers here.
Mm-hmm. What's your thought on the daily though?
On the daily, I think on gold on the daily. So I don't think, when looking at the daily, I don't think it's useful to look at the current daily candle. Like that, to me, that makes no sense. Because
current daily candle.
Yeah, I mean, what the daily
open one.
Open what?
Yeah.
The current open candle.
Yeah, exactly. It makes no sense to look at the current open candle because we're judging the candles based on the opening and closing price. So today we have a daily candle. It looks like an indecision candle, but we don't know what that's going to look like in 11 hours. So what I like to do really when I analyze the daily is to apply the replay tool in TradingView and place it right here, and this is what I'm analyzing. So looking at the daily right here, what I would think is we have either a move back down to 3,350 before another move to the upside, and if we break this level to the upside, I think we're going to get up here. If, however, we break below this level, I think we can view this as a bearish rejection of the trend line. Now, we have also, of course, we see that this candle is a indecision candle, and we could view this as we're getting a big move to the upside, And then there's equilibrium between buyers and sellers, and there's indecision, which usually happens at the end of a move or end of a trend. So this indecision candle can mean that we're going down to this level, but it can also mean that we're going much, much further down. So, going back to the current candle that we have right now, another indecisive candle right now. It means that right at this very moment, I'm seeing indecision between buyers and seller. But that move to the downside, the retest of the 50, has already happened. We have, however, also had a break to the upside here. But I think, looking at this, if we get another break above this level, I think next stop for gold would be the highs.
I think next direction is 3,400. Roughly.
Yeah. I think that seems valid. Yeah,
we're very much on the track for that. I don't know.
Yeah, 3,400. That's could be 3,400. Could be 3,450. It doesn't really matter, but because it's the
first main interim point I would say is 3,400. Just given the current price action, so that's discounting forward activity, whether it's something from Trump saying something or whatever. I think 3,400 is a pretty good bet. Given the 1 hour price action, 4 hour price action looks favorable. The daily, like you're saying, very much indecision. But those interim high time frames look very confident for 3,400. This guy.
It's the silent killer.
Hello, everyone. It is.
What?
I'm sorry, Victor. I had to do it. I just thought it was too funny. It was perfect. Gotcha.
You got me there.
It's like one of those rotating doors.
You guys
I'm sorry, it was just too on point. I apologize. No, I'm done. All right,
he's forgive him. He's sleep deprived. He doesn't know what he does.
Oh man, I'm sweating like crazy.
It was just calling out to me. Yeah, I had to.
Oh my god!
I was saying it is time of the day that I get to share with our audience again, and especially with the gang, and by that I mean the revolving door gang.
Everyone minus me, because now.
And me, because I'm not even supposed to be here.
That's fair.
Darren is out, guys. Man, he's leaving. You can't look at the mask.
Okay. Bye, Darren.
Well,
don't want to get infected.
Take care, Darren. Let's.
Yeah.
Someone is
Victor.
Someone is traumatized. COVID traumatized.
Post-COVID.
Yeah, it's very long COVID.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yeah. It's Victor's got COVID.
Victor's selling COVID.
You know what I saw yesterday though.
Victor's the only one protected, right?
Listen, you know what I saw yesterday.
Right.
I saw someone driving in his car alone with a mask on.
Really? Who wasn't streaming?
Wasn't trading, and I'm like, wow.
How do you know he was alone? How do you know he wasn't transporting somebody in his trunk?
That's the thing, though. That's the
Jonatan
thing. Maybe he needed that mask.
It was someone else. It wasn't me. And now,
basically, what happened is that Jonatan saw a man with a dead body in the trunk of his car. Didn't like the smell of. Jonatan did nothing about it and just let him drive off. That's what happened. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Lewis is asking, how is it possible to work my way up from a trader to be part of the 5ers team? Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Every single one of us in here started with an account at the 5ers. Yeah, so the way we started our trading journey, or our journey to get to where we are today, is we bought an evaluation account at the 5ers, and then eventually, Yeah.
No, that's not the true story. That's not the true story. Some of us bought many accounts, and then we joined the team because they felt so bad for us. They were like, "Well, look, do you know what? We should probably give him some of the money back. So let's give him a job."
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you got the credentials, you got the experience, you're willing to come on the live stream, I guess portray that, show everyone, demonstrate your strategy, your approach, all that kind of stuff, and you've actually can back that up, then sure, you're probably very welcome on the live stream. So,
yeah, definitely, 100%. If
you've got to be able to deal with Jonatan interrupting you a lot.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
And getting shifted out of the stream in real time.
Yeah,
like that. No, get him out. Not eat.
Why is it only Victor, the poor Victor?
No, Mike is joining me as well.
See you, Mike.
Yeah, you definitely have to, be able to deal with me, which is, if my fiance would tell you, not easy to do. If you ask me, it's not very easy to deal with you.
Not just your fiance. Not just your fiance.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah, whatever. You're such a charming person. Okay, second word of the day. What do you think it is? It starts with a B, ends with a C. What do you think it is, guys? It starts with a B and it ends with a C, and it's something that only goes up.
Did you put in the other chat for today? No, you didn't share it.
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Oh, my God. I have no idea.
No, the 5ers did not reach out. Actually, what I did was I said, okay, I want to work at the 5ers. So I sent an email to the CEO of the 5ers, said, hey, I want to work for you guys. Then we set up a call, and here I am. Sometimes you just gotta, you want things in life, you gotta work for. Look at that! It's actually Bitcoin. Okay, so that's right. How did you guys? This is pretty cool. A word that starts with a B, ends with a C, and only goes up. And almost everyone said Bitcoin. That's pretty cool. Okay, so BTC. That's right. The second word of the day is BTC. It's not a word. It's more of 3 letters. It's a ticker. But that's what you got to put in as the second thing.
I mean, one letter can be a word, right? Technically, like A.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
A is a word, right?
That is.
Like
A is not a word.
And A something.
How is A a word?
Yes, it is. It's
word is a word. A is not a word.
Yeah.
It is. Grammatically, it is for sure. It's.
So technically, BTC in the context we're talking about would not be a word if we're going strict English dictionary, whatever. But you can have
be a name though.
Letter word, obviously.
It could be a name. Or it could be a name. Lulu says, "Hey."
So it's not BTC. It's a name. It's a full name.
It's
You're
BTC.
Trying to trick everyone now.
No, it's just BTC. It's 3 letters. Right, Nelson has a question to Victor. Hello, Victor. In your analysis, do you consider FVG or only OB?
Only OB, no FVG. You could.
Yeah, that's right, because Victor is not part of the ICT cult. He has his own system that he's developed on his own. I'm not saying everyone I'm not saying everyone trading ICTs in cult member. Maybe some, not everyone. I'm also not saying everyone that trades ICT is profitable, okay? Victor, let's go over to your screen. Let's see what do you make of gold today?
Sure. Let's do that. Let's do exactly that. All right. So yes, gold. I haven't done the. I was listening to you guys when you were breaking down gold, and thinking about what I see. So if I do the top-down analysis, I saw the same area, LJ, that you were saying 3,400 as a possible next stop for gold. If we do the high time frame analysis or top-down, how you want to call it, there isn't really a lot to see, right? It's a market that has been very bullishly, moving very bullishly, with very little retrace. And the only structure we have on the monthly time frame is a fresh order block that was created just last month, which is currently being retested. So we're still unsure what will happen here. We'll have to wait for price to either retest it successfully or invalidate it. But so far, we did see that we are getting some at an area, and that's what created that order block as well, where there are many 4 in a row basically wicks that were created, and all of them, right, they're quite large in terms of not compared to the body of the previous candles, but in terms of the relative to the body of the last few candles. These wicks are at least to be considered significant. So we have a fresh order block, a bearish one, and I would be looking for reasons to go short based on this order block on the lower time frame. However, if we go to the weekly, we'll see that we have basically, although it started as a sideways moving market, it has slowly been catching, been making higher lows each time it tries to go low. And you can see this obviously you can see this on the daily as well, and that has that gives it actually a bullish undertone. While it is moving sideways, not breaking out, it's still within the general range, but it is building bullish pressure or buyer's pressure, because the buyers are not letting price go to the same low, right? It is being bought at higher levels each time. So that's one thing to consider. That tells me that the monthly structure is not being there's no alignment between the weekly and the monthly, telling us, me at least, that the monthly perhaps may not be respected, even though it's a higher time frame. Yes, but the higher time frame also, even though it is higher in the hierarchy of time frames, it still needs the building blocks of lower time frame, meaning the weekly need to be showing whatever the monthly is going to show in a month's time of whatever. So, and the weekly is not doing that. So either the whole reversal is yet to come, or it's not going to happen. Obviously, we don't know which of the two it will be, but so far it's not showing its hand. Gold, that is it, and if it keeps doing what it's been doing, making higher lows, it's likely to just break out of this range. If you consider that price has not been able to take out around 3,440 to around 50, and it's going to retest it again, and perhaps this time, maybe the second time, the third time from now, it will eventually break it. It's not something that will happen. That is likely. If it keeps on making higher lows, it has a good chance of breaking out and continuing, which would not be at all surprising, because the gold has been very bullish. And if we go to the lower time frames, so actually before we continue, we can see that market has been creating the bullish structures, the weeklies, and has been reacting favorably, bullishly, that is, to these structures. They are also bearish structures, but they typically are not as often created, and we haven't seen any reaction from them so far. So we are currently retesting a weekly bearish structure within a monthly. You could be looking for a probabilistic trade here and go for a short, because we do have in that little area some alignment between the weekly and the monthly. But the overall market structure does not support or doesn't give us enough reasons to think that that's likely to happen. You have multiple on the other side, multiple bullish structures telling us that the likely place or the likely direction that we're going to be seeing gold is higher from current levels, right? So that's the monthly and the weekly time frames. And if you go to the daily, we have actually two quasis. And this might be a little bit too much for those who are not familiar with the quasi pattern, but we have a bullish quasi right here, which is has been activated already and has reacted favorably from these entry order blocks. And it looks like it is, to me, in any case, it looks to be wanting to go in any case to this level, which is the top of that quasi. I'm going to extend it. This is the entry order block on the quasi, and it has been reacting very favorably. Actually, the last one is a very bullish sign. Look how it reacted to that low upper border of that entry order block. That's, to me, it's very obvious that's the intention of the market. But on the same time, we do have a bearish structure. This happens from time to time where you have opposing structures in each time frame. This one is a little bit smaller, but still it is significant. That's the break of that neckline. And we go, and this is the order block which we should be watching. So, and price has reacted one time against it, and another time, however, as you can see, the levels or the lows has been higher each time, which also was illustrated in the weekly time frame, or that trend line that I drew, and it looks, this is the moment. And actually, you could this is not something part of my strategy, but you could the break of this trend line could be the beginning of the end of that reversal pattern that we've been seeing. So meaning this area, right? If we have that change in character where the market is no longer all right. If there's a change of character where the market is no longer making, because this is what we've been seeing so far, right? We've been seeing, even though that the market has been making higher lows, it has, at least for these two levels, this one as well, but that's less significant. It has, for the last two swing highs, it has been making lower highs. To me, that's a sign that it is, getting your indication of your indication of the all right, so yes, we are live indeed. Your indication that the market is likely getting ready, that's one of the steps that it has to break that trend line, even though that's not part of my trade. I don't use trend lines per se for my entries, but they obviously they can show you where a trend is broken, and that could be a reason to look for perhaps a trade, a lower time frame trades, perhaps a continuation, and so on. So those are the things that I see on gold, meaning we could be looking for the last area that I think price can still defend bearishly. Yes, that's what I said. Is this area, that weekly order block, which we are currently already retesting right now. And to the degree we respect this area, we can, still entertain the idea that the market is going to reverse and make a much lower.
Sorry, guys.
No problem.
Guys, we're trying to do some stuff on the end to get a couple of things up and running. So just excuse if you guys get some interruptions in between right now. We're trying to just shuffle a couple around things, right? So it's a bit of a mess, right? That's why we're dipping back in and out and all sorts of chaos, right? Don't worry. Yeah, if there's any muted or anything, just deal with it for a second. Sorry. Logistics,
no problem. I think our viewers, they enjoy the dynamic
yeah.
The what?
The chaos.
The chaos. I was gonna say the dynamic harmony of how we operate.
Okay, I'm gonna interrupt you, Victor. Okay, because we have the one and only, Will, some of you will. Okay, now he left, like right in the middle of this. He left. Okay, well, I'm gonna bring you on.
That's me though. Just give me 1 second.
How are we doing, guys?
I'm doing good, man. Oh, look at that! Got a nice little plant in the background. I like that.
Yeah, I had to decorate my office a little bit, so like I put a couch on my back wall, just a plant up there. I need a real plant. Unfortunately, not.
It's not okay. Well, you're supposed to say yes. It's a real plant, man. Mine's real. You know, one of those basement plants.
This looking wonderful. Real. I've got a real spider plant, so that's real.
Nice.
But that giant thing there, no, that's fake. That's plastic.
Amazing. So we got this guy, the Oracle. He says that he's been live with you on.
Yes. The Oracle, how you doing, bro? Good to see you in, man. No, he has been live with me. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, it's great to have you on. So, for those of you new here, for those of you just tuning in, we'll hear from. He came over to us from Tradelicious. Tradelicious making some changes they're making some changes, and Will is coming over to stream with us here at The5ers. He's going to be one of the ordinary hosts. We're going to be seeing a lot from Will, and I'm super happy to have you as a part of the team, because I know it's going to be you're just perfect fit for the gang, I believe. So welcome.
That's awesome, man. Thank you very much, mate. It's awesome to be here. It's super cool. Yeah, I watched some of your streams and I thought, I'd love to jump on that. And then obviously everything traded and changing with Tradelicious, I thought, let's do it. I was like, this is a perfect opportunity. Let's just slide right in.
Definitely. Yeah. Sometimes, sometimes we're having very fun, sometimes not so fun. You know how it is when we're live streaming. It is what it is. Kind of like a emotional roller coaster. Someone says muted. Is that? Oh, that's when I muted Victor. That's right.
Yeah, some time ago. That is past already. William, welcome. I'm thrilled to be working with you today, soon, coming days, coming weeks, coming years. I know I've seen you before streaming, and I'm very excited to work with you. And I'm sure the audience will have a lot of value from your presence as well in the team.
That's awesome, man. Thank you very much. Cheers for the welcome. Yeah, I can't wait to work with a lot of you. It's gonna be super cool. It's actually quite cool not to be like the main one, like operating everything in the background. So that's pretty cool. I'm just sort of at the moment anyway. I'm sitting here and just relaxed. I would love to know that feeling. I do understand how it kind of like because you were in charge of the London trading floor, right? Yes, that's right.
Yeah, you had to make sure that everyone was online, everything was running smoothly, everything was set up.
Yeah, so it's super cool just to come in, chill out, hang out with you guys and trade. So that's gonna be super cool. I mean, I don't know what you've got in store for me in the future, but we'll see. But yeah, no, it's super cool, man.
Someone asking if you're from Australia, Will.
No, I'm not. I'm from Wales.
No, you're Australian. That's right. We need another.
Fair point. Not Wales, Australia. Wales is in the UK. Wales.
No. Australia. Right. You're resident Australian. All right. I need to.
Hi, mate.
Team. All right. Yeah. G'day, mate. Come on, Cobber. All right. Come on, Cobber. Jonatan already can't understand half of what I say. He's like, "Is that some Australian thing?" So yeah. We need more of that.
Put another
most of the time I'm just nodding and smiling, and it goes on. So we have that type of communication where it's mostly as me nodding, and LJ just goes on with that analysis, and then at the end, he's like, "What do you think about this?" I'm like, "I think that you're right. I think that everything you said probably is correct." Right? Like your analysis, LJ.
Thanks.
All right, live trading from Kenya. No, we are not live trading from Kenya, but maybe you are live trading from Kenya. If you are, then welcome to the live stream. Welcome, Kenya, to the live stream. We have a lot of people from Kenya at The5ers, so I do appreciate you tuning in. Welcome. Okay, so Will, are you gold? Are you trading gold? Anything?
I was looking at gold. I haven't traded it yet, though. It looks super range bound at the moment. I think it's just trying to find its direction. We had a nice sell-off earlier this morning around 10 a.m. But then we've just started ranging a bit. So, I mean, we've had a bit of a pullback. So I did like the look of the pullback. I don't really trade gold as much, but I have been looking at it over the past few days, and I'm thinking, okay, we've got a monster imbalance after last two. No, this was this morning.
I'm gonna switch over to your screen, Bill, so you can look at your screen, see if everything is working. Yeah, looks good.
You see that okay? Awesome. Sweet. So yeah, I don't predominantly trade gold, but I do like to trade gold now and then. So I came up and I was having a look this morning, and we got this massive imbalance up on the 5-minute. So I was like, okay, what's going to happen now over the day? Are we going to try and fill that, or are we just going to leave it behind? Because gold can be pretty savage sometimes. So I was just looking, thinking, what can we do? I don't want to jump up in too high of a time frame, because higher time frame I just predominantly like to buy. I think we're going to have a monster pullback, but I'm assuming that by the end of 25, I think we're going to hit around as close as we can to 4K. I think that's going to be super possible. But I think gold's going to crash first. So I'm like, I'm in an hour, man. So
you're looking for gold to dump first.
Yeah, I'm waiting for gold to actually.
But beyond that, you're looking for like 3,400. Is that what you're saying?
34. Well,
is that correct?
We're at 3,400 now. On gold.
Wait, you're looking for futures, or?
I'm looking more heading down towards like sort of 3, heading down for the 3K. And then
you're thinking 3K before we reach like 4K or something?
Yeah, I'm thinking like as close as we can to 3K.
All right, very, very long.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. Well, like in this live stream, you can't be that bearish on gold. Like we gotta. You know what I mean? Like, they just come in here and say gold is going to 3K. That's a bit of a shock, It's a bit of a shock to the system. But that's a massive move. So you're thinking we're basically in a distribution range right now, and you think we're going to get a massive pullback?
Yeah, massive pullback, and then I think we're going to hit 4K. I think we're gonna start taking serious new all-time highs then.
All right.
I think something extreme's got to happen first. I think we're going to have a real sort of shake up, and then we're going to start seeing some bullish movement.
Would it be a shake up, or would you reckon that we actually get the pump of like good economic data, stocks running to all-time highs, but at the same time people being scared and worried about Trump doing some crazy stuff, and then it runs at the same time? Right.
Yes and no. I mean, gold is.
I feel like if we don't get that, I don't know if we're going up.
Yeah, I mean, gold's a safety net, isn't it? When people are sort of uncertain about things, they like to put their money in gold. I mean, my one worry with the ambiguity with gold going up is the fact that crypto's here now. So I think a lot of people are starting to edge their bets into like Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. And instead of actually thinking, gold is the safe asset, it's the safe haven, instead of putting their money in that, I think they're starting to trial and error a little bit with the cryptocurrencies.
But do you think that's of a magnitude that will affect gold? I mean, Bitcoin is on the rise. We are already.
Bitcoin is on the rise. I'm amazed.
In holdings, in holdings, in worldwide holding, its weight in portfolio, institutional portfolio is on the rise. But will it be coming from gold? Do you think that's going to happen in a significant manner?
Not in this.
Can I just add something here? I've actually seen that a lot of bigger, like, I can't remember where I saw this report, but a lot of bigger portfolio managers, they're actually taking a pot of gold and putting it into Bitcoin. So lowering their exposure a little bit to gold and putting that exposure into Bitcoin. Maybe we're talking 1 to 2%, but it's still it's significant in the way that we're seeing slightly less exposure to gold and increasing that exposure to Bitcoin.
So Jonatan, you think Bitcoin can successfully compete with gold for as a safe haven asset? I
think, in 2017, I got the question where people ask like, oh, well, do you really think that governments are going to be supportive of Bitcoin? Do you really think that there's going to be like a strategic reserve being talked about at a national level? And at that time I saw, you know what? Probably not, but if it happens, Bitcoin is absolutely going to explode. Now we have El Salvador doing exactly that. We have Trump talking about adding Bitcoin to natural reserves. So now if you ask me, do you think Bitcoin is going to perhaps replace or take some parts of gold's safe haven asset? I'm going to say probably not, but it's possible, you know?
I'm going to say not in this generation.
I think definitely in this generation.
You reckon?
Yeah, but I will say it'll be more like, rather than as extreme where people think it's going to fully take over, it'll be more the same way that central banks hold the currencies of, euros, pounds, yen, every other currency, is have that on their balance sheet as a, an active participant in the larger financial system. So they'll aggregate it to the larger financial system, as well as the aggregating stable coins or whatever, whether the ECB, the Fed gets a stable coin out, and they will aggregate somewhat to Bitcoin. And hence Bitcoin will also have to become some portion of the balance sheet, just like treasuries, regular currencies like fiat currency, all that kind of stuff, per every single central bank. So I think that's the way it'll actually play out.
Guys, sorry to interrupt, I gotta jump off. I'm gonna get some lunch, so I will probably be back a little bit later. All right.
All right, Jonatan. But LJ, that means that it's gonna take a little piece of every other asset on their balance sheet, right? But if it's specifically competing with gold for a safe haven asset, then it's mostly gonna come from gold. Which of the two do you think it is? Will it be a little bit of everything? Every other asset will be giving up a little bit to accommodate Bitcoin on their balance sheets. I mean, the central bankers and institutional players, or will it come from gold, do you think?
I think it's going to be a bit.
I don't think it will come from either. I think they will expand the balance sheet to basically increase the total fiat to buy more of the excess, and in aggregate buy the same ratios, roughly. Right, and then add Bitcoin to it, but it's not going to come at the expense of something else. I think basically, at the end of the day, they will still say gold is the hard asset.
Yeah. It's the tangible,
the micro hard that just the same way that gold right now is the hard asset, but bonds and treasuries are like the main thing that is churned around. Anytime you have a financial stumbling block, put it that way, some kind of crash, whatever, you institute QE. No one's issuing like gold bonds or gold deliverance or something like that, right? You have bond issuance from governments coming through QE, right? So it's like a technically soft asset, and they'll create another derivative of Bitcoin to facilitate that stuff. Now you've got a gold and a Bitcoin treasury per se. Now it's slightly more diversified than it was, plus the bonds, plus everything else. And now it gives a distributed manner, which overall makes the system technically, at least as a mathematical equation, more stable. And that's basically all they look for, right? So I think that's how it will play out. And yeah.
But what about the correlation that Bitcoin has had lately with the equities market? If that is the case, and that's not the case with gold, does it really deserve a place on those balance sheets? If it's going to be, going down when markets are unstable, exactly what you don't want, right? Or do you think otherwise? Do you think it's not going to go down when the market are unstable?
Yeah, so the thing with the recent Trump administration and the tariffs and everything, Bitcoin has played a role back and forth between following the equity market and playing a defensive role and following bonds and interest rates, right? So it's still doing that back and forth, flipping between deciding what kind of ultimate characteristics it wants to have, right, going forward. Now, the other portion, you can see AI coming through. That's going to be very defensive, like even just if you have to think about AI being their own agents and almost having their own government per se, or just being their own independent, autonomous entities,
so that's
Bitcoin, crypto, all that kind of stuff.
That's some deep stuff.
Perfectly orchestrated for those entities. And so I think to doubt that there will be some interplay with that would be naive, basically. So hence Bitcoin is the kind of middle crux level that bridges that AI between reality and normative finance, and hence ends up being the pinnacle of all assets at the end of the day.
But why?
So I flip back and forth between buying and selling Bitcoin, that kind of stuff, and going back and forth between this narrative, that kind of thing. But the more that, especially since AI has developed to where it has now over the past, say, year, 2 years, 3 years, you now have the actual extra impetus to say, no, this is actually happening. And if you try and play at any other logic to fulfill that brief and that narrative, nothing else fits that brief other than something like Bitcoin. And that's the trouble right now, right?
You mentioned that you think Bitcoin will be the bridge or the crux, however you want to call it, between AI and I think you mentioned traditional asset classes. Why Bitcoin? What is special? I mean, for that emerging AI, time in our life, what makes Bitcoin more so than traditional assets? Why not the traditionals?
So until at this point, has not been exposed. It's still waiting to be potentially exposed. As far as Satoshi, aka, it's going to be a team of people that develop this. Right? It's not one.
Okay.
Sensibly, you would think that. So until that is somehow exposed or revealed and undermined, right now is the only asset that has no direct, tangible interest from the creators or deployment of that asset, right? Beyond any other asset on the globe.
Okay.
So that's the main thing that gives that backing, right? So it's a very neutral. It's not one country or this country or that country and their interest, which then further deploys on that. It's just a very blank slate, and it's per the users of the network that then deploy and aggregate their total influence on that and the direction for that. Hence, when you get AI, whether it's companies, governments, individuals, the whole thing, it's a very social network, essentially. It's just a further of, whether you want to say Facebook, early days MySpace, Instagram, all that kind of stuff. Social network into finance. And everyone sort of votes per se how they want to deploy that and where that goes.
Understood. Governance basically is no longer in the hands of the central bankers, but in the hands of the community.
Yes, so we've got the competition right now, right? But that you can see the clear direction is to get more of an aggregated, whether you want to say which is very odd, seeing as we're dealing in markets, a socialist-esque elements coming more into finance. And it's not that one is right or wrong. Obviously, we've had different times with governments, disagreements, all the political stuff going through. There's certain good elements of both, obviously, but you can see how we have a slight need for the other end to come back in, and you tend to have that natural flow. Just same way you have business cycles, you have social cycles with that as well. But yeah, sorry, go on, Will.
I was just saying, I think that's one of the only issues with cryptocurrencies is the fact that it's very much, it's a governmental ambiguity. Like they don't, like the governments struggle to control that side of it, and I think for that reason only, it'll be limited on how big it does get.
You reckon?
Yeah,
because they have the same problem with cash right now, right?
Yeah, well,
exactly. They are the operators that deployed that cash.
Yeah.
Right, but
isn't that the reason why
secured interests where they also want that site?
But that's where they're trying to. Like in the UK anyway, they're trying to get rid of cash now.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, they're trying to wean cash out. Like there's a saying in the UK that cash is king, you know, and cash will always be king for that reason.
Yeah.
But they are slowly trying to filter and push that cash out to make it a thing of the past.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing in EU. There are laws that prohibit payments in cash above a certain level. I think it's 1,000. If I'm not, it's against the law. You'll get fined, maybe even jailed. I don't know, but it's a crime to pay in cash in certain European countries above 1,000. I mean, that's weird, right? If you think about it, it's your money, it's cash, it's legal tender.
1,000 is way too small, right? That's
no bit. Like I know you can't buy like a house or a car or anything in the UK.
But what if you are a diehard saver and you've saved all your life and you have it in cash, and there's nothing wrong with anything you've done, no wrongdoing. You legally you work hard for it. It's your cash. You want to buy the house, and who's the government to say that's not allowed?
If you pay cash now and it's like a big lump of sum, it's down to the discretion of the seller. So, for example, let's say you bought a brand new car and you want to pay cash for it, they'd have to report you to HMRC. They'd have to report you to the government.
Yeah,
well, that's the thing. But the tendency of these central bankers is to limit cash and you know, and that's the point I think you were saying, right, William? That cash is in the control of the central bankers, and it's not exactly that they want less of it, not more of it.
Yeah, exactly.
So the thing is with doing BTC or crypto, obviously it's all on a ledger, right? So it's all trackable.
It is.
As much as there is this idea that you could get anonymity across the board or something, you can't.
You can't.
Right?
No.
Back in the day when you used to be able to sign up to certain crypto or whatever wallets without supplying KYC, perhaps these days no country is going to allow that, and you can't deposit from a bank account from a certain country into that wallet to actually get it funded. So unless you were an early account that was mining crypto back in the day, you're not going to be anonymous. It's impossible. So same way that they want to go and take the fiat on rails with blockchain and track all of that. Now they get better data. That's going to be through economic data. So your PMIs, your CPI, literally everything. They can now track everything much better, have a better sense of the financial conditions for the entire economy. This is also going to have massive effects for, say, the FX market, which right now is a bit of a black box. If it all goes on rails, it'll be like futures or options markets or equity markets where you can track all of the data. So all the trading styles and everything is going to change, right? And this is coming, right? So that's a thing to remember.
What about civil liberties? What about privacy? I mean, those who like to have a mask, perhaps. What about them when they, not literally a mask, but I mean when they're paying and want to, have some privacy in the expenditures, the things they spend their money on?
Yeah, no, literally that. And it's the same with passports now. I heard something, as far as I'm aware, it's a rumor. I don't know how true this is. But there's this passport situation coming into the UK now. If you go on more than 4 holidays, or if you use your passport, in other words, leave the country more than 4 times in a year, you get a tax inspection. It's to reduce the tax evasion thing in the UK. It's to reduce, it's to keep an eye out. And like me and my brother were chatting. It's literally Big Brother watching you. Where's the privacy? Where's the freedom of travel? Where's the freedom of doing what you want to do in the privacy of your own business? And I think that that's what they're trying to avoid. And what really honed that in was, LJ, when you said about how far AI's come in the past 2-3 years. And I thought I had like 5 years max in my head. Like, as far, like, if I look back 5 years ago, that's sort of, it's almost like prehistoric times. And it's frightening to think about. And then you think, like, what was the
2022, you would have been like, okay, 2030, 2032, maybe 2035 would be at like proper AI where we are now. Like, it has function.
Yeah.
But
No,
we're in 2025.
And like so 2, 3, 4 years later, and like look at this now, like everything's AI.
Yeah. So where are we in 2030 from now?
Exactly. That's what I mean. Where are we in the next 5-10 years?
It's exponential. The growth in these things and AI is exponential, and it's actually we don't even know yet what is the next level, because where's the limit? There we don't know that yet. We don't know what are these limits of these developments, these movements, basically, and it's gonna affect everyone. It is already affecting everyone. How we live, how we spend, how we do everything, basically.
Yeah, quite literally that. And do you know the worst part of it as well? We're not even doing cool AI stuff. Like, where's the floating cars? Where's the Star Wars?
Give me that lightsaber, right?
Yeah, I want a lightsaber. Like, where's the Star Wars? Where's the sci-fi? Like, where's the kid's dream in all of us? No, we're more interested in like Big Brother, like, watching our transactions. I mean, if you think about it on a global financial scale and on a governmental scale, it sort of makes sense. But on a domestic side of things, it's just this is just depressing. Like, there's no freedom anymore.
Yeah. I think it's basically what we can surmise this to is that I think it would be naive, basically, to not have Bitcoin, crypto, that kind of stuff implemented into some kind of portfolio or backhand implementation, like a diversity type thing for that future, potentially, because it's so obvious, it's so homogenous for that AI input, right? And we don't know where the regulation, whether they're going to, AI is going to be treated as humans or some kind of other being or something. Like, do they get the same laws? Can they start companies? All that kind of...
Do they get?
I don't know. That's still up for grabs, right? So it's very sensible to diversify, to invest in these things just on the in case and get those off ramps.
Do you know how paranoid I get when it comes to AI? Like, when I'm chatting...
Tell us how paranoid you get.
When I'm chatting to ChatGPT, I'm polite. Like, I say please and thank you. Like, there's no demanding.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not demanding from ChatGPT. I'm like, hey, ChatGPT, can you please, like, do me this? Thank you so much. Oh my God, this is amazing. Thank you. Like, I'm like, if I'm nice to it, when they take over, they're like, oh, Will was a great guy.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know if you guys have seen.
It's a nice hedge, William. I like that.
I was just going to say, if you guys can look up this guy called Rizbot, that he's got an Instagram page, all that kind of stuff, walking around, I guess, California, doing all these sort of memes, reels, that kind of stuff on Instagram. Mm-hmm. It's a good laugh. Definitely look up Rizbot. Very funny. I want to buy a robot. Put it that way.
That'd be sick.
100%, dude. They've now gone to a point where they're actually useful or funny or like whatever.
I don't know what I have it for though.
This is kind of cool, dude.
Well, what can they do?
I mean, almost anything if you think about it. Like, it was just
if you can program it.
It'd be programmed to do a specific job.
Yeah.
It'd be the GP robots that scare me, like the general purpose robots. That would scare me.
Yeah.
It's like they're programmed to do everything. Like, they may as well be human.
Yeah, if you want to buy a good one, it's not cheap. You still got to spend like 15 to 20 grand to buy like a good robot that is programmable with all that stuff.
Are we talking here about expert advisors? I'm not sure.
No, we're talking about a physical robot.
We're talking about like new best friend.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just kidding.
Follow you around and
a physical robot, but I mean one with
some like kung fu stuff as well.
One that actually takes a physical body.
Yeah, physical. Yeah.
Okay. And
I mean, to be fair, like a butler robot would be pretty sick.
It would be, yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
Give me my food whilst I'm trading, so I don't miss trades.
So don't miss a setup.
yeah. Dude, a number of times I've been cooking food and then miss a trade or whatever, or had trades ongoing, and I could have TP'd before it's hit my.
I mean, you could have like a psychology robot. When you hit like a monster drawdown session, it's like, oh, I've gone through two.
It just sits you down, like, you need to calm down, mate. Sit down.
Actually, this member has a point. You guys remember Ultron and I think it was Iron Man? Ultron was originally it was Jarvis, right? Was an AI, and then took a physical shape. Right, and was actually considered, everyone who saw that movie considered that him to be an actual character with feelings, with rights and everything. And that's exactly your point. When at what point do they start getting some, human-like rights and considerations?
Yeah. No, and then at that point, do they have a separate government? Do they have a separate community? Like what? Like where do you regulate that?
Exactly. Those are actually very interesting point. I was reading an article not long ago where, I don't know in other countries, but there are some countries considering maybe they already have this, but some department of the government, like a minister, to take policy based on AI, and I think they should. They should have, every government should have like an AI. A minister or a department where policymakers are actually thinking about what the limits are, what the
like an AI representative,
legal framework, and perhaps in time that could evolve into something else. So I don't know. I'm not proponent of that, but something that, because this is going to affect. It's already affecting us, and it's going to affect us even more in the future. Why not, be preemptive about it and preventive? A couple of years, right? You have those, CEOs and market leaders coming together and saying that we need to regulate this and limit its development. Although that's very difficult because you need everyone in the world to comply, and that's problematic, right?
And the other trouble is if you want to go work at the government and give your opinion on this stuff, if you're actually properly qualified to have a proper, full, qualified opinion, that you actually know what's going on, how much is the government going to pay you? I'll just throw a hypothetical around in a, US, Australia, Great Britain, whatever, hypothetical first world country, 80 grand or something.
Mm-hmm.
When Meta is throwing out upwards of $1 billion or, multiple millions or 10 mil or 20 mil or 50 mil, 100 mil plus stock options, all this kind of stuff, no one qualified is going to work for the government to sort this out.
Exactly.
So
that's true.
All these people actually qualified are going to work for all these companies. That's going to come first. And then the government legislation is already slow to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to have no one proper to figure it out.
Yep.
So they will front run everything. It'll become a problem. And only once it's a problem, governments will deal with it as well. Because politicians only deal with something when it's a problem. So they can say, I solved this problem, therefore you should elect me. And that's going to be the problem that we have, being that it's going to be an issue first and it'll be solved later, because that's just in general.
It's like the same. You've got
but for forever. That's how politicians work and have always worked and will continue to work. They need a problem first to solve, so they can say, "I solved this problem," or "I'm going to solve this problem." And that's why you should vote for me. Or
you'll never see a politician go, "Oh, I saw this issue coming through, but I solved it first."
Beforehand, because then they get no recognition.
Yeah, because then everyone's going to be like, well, there wasn't an issue.
That's actually a, I mean, I'm not undemocratic at all, but that's an issue we have with democracy, right? Democracy, it only becomes something when the masses are behind them, because that's democracy, right? The voice of the masses, of the people. But if the people are not aware of the truth, In this case, they're not, focusing on the ethical considerations of the AI and whatever, and all these, theoretical risk, but very real, coming to your house soon. If they're not thinking about them and voting with this in mind, then it's not going to be something that politicians will cater to. And if they don't do it, then the government will not be able to do anything about it until the masses actually feel something, some consequence. And who knows, it might be, I don't want to be doom thinker, but I mean, it might be too late for certain things, right? Because it already is way too developed or way too deployed or whatever. But by then, that's democracy. That's one of the things, right? Nothing is perfect, and although we, ideally, you want to be as democratic as possible always, but democracy has its shortcomings. We all know this.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where the things like hit where they intersect, right? Where you get these problems. And then it's going to be whether, because technology is going to go way faster than governments and politics, obviously, right? And then you're going to get that intersection. So hence why I come back to that thing of not having Bitcoin or crypto in some manner in your portfolio as that somewhat hedge, looking out for that outcome. That's the obvious implementation. Would be naive overall. So,
I understand that. Although I would like to continue this very interesting conversation, and I'm sure we will in the coming hours, days, weeks, years. I'm gonna have now.
Get back to
I'm gonna take a little pause and come back to you guys soon. I think in a half an hour and a half. I'm not sure. Whatever the schedule says. See you guys in a bit.
All good. All good, mate. All good. Dixie here. What do you reckon, Will?
Man, I haven't actually looked at the Dixie. Let's have what's this saying?
Dumping or coming off? I mean, because we're at this crux point right here.
Higher time frame.
All right. Yo, hang on. Oh, we got Griff as well. Hang on. We got Griff coming in. All right. Griff, you ready for me to add you? Yes? There you are. Here's the man. Here's Griff.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good to see ya. Good to see ya.
Good to see you too.
Going strong?
Yeah, all good. Have you guys taken any interesting trades this week?
This week's been definitely interesting. I will say that. It's been to be fair, it's been better than last week. Like I was saying to you last week, Griff. Last week was definitely messy. This week has been much better. I feel like we're still trying to wade out what happened from Friday from Jerome Powell.
Yeah.
And we don't have clear direction just yet, right?
Yeah. Mate, last week I had an awesome week last week. But this week I've taken no trades. I'm still in my EJ
All right, Will. All right, mate. Calm down. Just keep it down, all right? Yeah.
Not flex or anything, But no, mate, I was up over 1% on my swing trade on EJ, and now it's just dropped down to like $200 up. I was like, I just lost $800 just like that. I've been in this trade for like 2 weeks as well. It's so depressing.
Oh, it's nice to have another swing trader.
I wouldn't call myself a swing trader per se. I'm dabbling in the swing markets.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I've only ever been a swing trader. So
really, no, mate. Like intraday all the way. I've been an intraday trader. I've dabbled with scalping, but I'm not great at scalping. But 7 years of intraday. I did give swing trading a go a couple of years ago, and I nearly blew my entire capital. So I was like, how did that even happen? That's how it's supposed to go. I was like, what even happened? I was like, I'm not doing that again. So now I've refined that strategy, and I've come back a little bit stronger. So I'm floating about 1-2% a month on the swing trading strategy. My last trade, I was actually in since January. I held it for 3 months, and I had about 40%. So that was pretty cool.
Nice.
That's good.
That was awesome. That was almost like a position trading though, you know. Like that's a long time for my swing trading.
That's a good point though. I have some questions for you. I'm just going to dip to the bathroom, Will, though. But I feel like that's a good point that I will come back to. All right. So for now, Griff, I will hand off to you any trades in between now and last time, and I will come back in a second. All right.
Okay.
You have the floor.
That sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah. Well, I'll let you know. So there's a thing. Every time I come on, LJ asks me, "Have you taken any trades?" And the answer is pretty much always no. So I guess I'm a trader one week and not the other week. I'm just always watching the markets, but I'm very rarely getting any opportunities to enter. Like, I'm just giving you context because, yeah, I basically take trades maybe like once or twice a month. And I'm not even taking them for the same duration as you. Like my swing trades, I just trade the hourly. My swing trades, I'm like barely a swing trader and just out of intraday because my trades will last like a day or two. So I'm in a funny situation.
I can't seem to refine it that much.
Yeah.
That's where I go wrong. Like I can position trade or I can intraday. I can't seem to amalgamate the both.
Yeah, it's tricky. I'm somewhere in the middle because my trades always last longer than a day, but never last longer than a week. And most of the time it's like 1 or 2 days. So it's a pretty weird one. I guess I'm technically a swing trader. But yeah, for anyone watching, I've not taken any trades again this week. So another week of just monitoring the markets. But frustratingly, there was actually a trade I missed, which was a winner, which is the worst because I'm sat monitoring the charts all the time, waiting for an opportunity. And unfortunately, I did miss this one. It was in the middle of the night, so I can't blame myself too much. But yeah, there's this winning trade here. I think 12 pips looks pretty good. Flag entry, I trail my stop loss, and I think it would have been like a 1.5% winner trailing above here. Yeah. It went all the way to 6.6%, but yeah, little mistrade there. But yeah, otherwise I've taken no trades. But yeah, you said you've taken a good trade. You got a 1% winner.
Yeah, well, I'm still in it. In fact, I can actually bring it up. I'm still in it at the moment. Okay, it actually hit break even. So what I like to do, I like to follow.
We'll show you. Here you go, Will. Okay. I'm back, by the way.
Nice. Zero trades, LJ.
Yeah. Mate, this is actually the trade that I'm currently in right now.
Nice.
So at the moment, there's a 2R position on it at the moment. I'm risking about 1.2% on the trade. So usually I'll trail my stop along up with the EMA on the 4-hour. I think this is the 200 EMA. Yeah, so it's the 200 EMA. So we did touch right now. So what I'm actually looking at doing is scaling in instead of actually scaling out. Because we haven't closed under too strongly. That's usually when I get out with my discretion. You know, I have a hard stop loss, of course, but I'll usually try and get under here. So I'll probably actually now look at scaling into the trade and see if we can ride it a little bit higher. But you can see as well, I have got some nice little intraday positions. If I go into the 15-minute, like I have got some pretty cool intraday positions with the 20 EMA. One be in fact, all of them are winners, but one.
Scalps. Those are some scalps. Like, come on.
Yeah, mate, literally.
What do you mean?
I think I was in. When did I actually get in this? I think I got in this around 1:45, and I got out about 1:45.
So you got some different.
Yeah, they're certainly. They're certainly intraday.
I guess you call them. Maybe intradays. Yeah, fair. Fair enough.
You wear a lot of hats. Well,
I do try and wear a lot of hats. I try and be very versatile with my trading.
That's good. There you go.
But this was my last.
You were positioning before, saying like, no, just long time frame swing stuff before. I know you've done both myself, but obviously.
Yeah, this was my last trade here. 5.68%. That was a really nice trade. I thought I was going to get stopped out around about here. And I was like, oh no, I'm going to get stopped out here. And then it came all the way up. The way up to here. And then it dropped back down and closed under. I was like, oh no. But
when it just ranges around your entry like that, it can really go either way, can't it? It always feels like so 50-50.
That's the scary point. Hey, Yeah.
Literally this trade here, it was just ranging, and it still is on the 4 hour. It's still ranging. I'm like, oh man, dude, I'm bored. I'm so bored of this trade right now.
Yeah, that's the issue with swing trading if it's just going sideways.
Yeah, although it gives me so much time to do whatever I want. Like I've managed to do so much more life admin, whereas like these trades here, like I just find myself just being an absolute computer gremlin watching the charts.
Yeah.
So that's the definite benefit. So that's what I was going to ask before. For you guys, because obviously, Griff obviously swing trade, bread and butter. Will, you obviously swing trade as well. What would you guys say for anyone else, and as well as far as, because a lot of people think you need to make that like, I don't know, 5-10% in a week, or sometimes even in a day. What would you say to these people versus having those longer approach to trading, more of like a year timeline, view it as a longer term career type situation? What would you say?
If I can get 20% on the year, I'm happy.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't think that they think that's terrible, right?
Yeah, if you think about it, 20% on the year on a 1% per risk, that's 20 grand. Your 20 bags for the year. That's a pretty okay wage. 20 grand for a year of, like, let's say for example you're doing one trade a month and 1 hour a month. It depends how you structure it. Either way, 20 grand a year is pretty good. And you have 2 accounts, you have 3 accounts, you chuck that on a trade copier, and then next minute you're in 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100k. It's so scalable, providing the skills there. So if I can try and get about 20% a year, I'm pretty happy. On my intraday, however, different story.
Yeah.
My perspective with swing trading is that I make the same percentage as most profitable traders with way less effort. That's my kind of attitude towards swing trading, because I am doing so little compared to most traders and making the same amount. I have an attitude of like, I love to refine things down until they're like unbelievably simple. I think like in programming, the ideal program, you've condensed everything down to like one line of code. It isn't always possible, but that's kind of my attitude. Like I've condensed my computer down to be about this big as well. Everything as small and as simple as possible. And I think if I can make my annual return in like a handful of trades with as minimal effort, then that's great for me, because I could be trading intraday. And probably I'll end up making around the same percentage. I don't know how it works out that way, because you're taking way more trades, but for some reason it all seems to balance out in the end. Like 50% a year, regardless of trading strategy, I feel is a good target in my opinion. Yeah, that's my attitude towards swing trading. That's why I've chosen to go down that path.
That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, I
agree, definitely. Yeah. That's why I wanted to highlight that, because a lot of people think you need to make that 100% a month, something else, blah blah, stack that, compound it, Lambo tomorrow, Rolex, a Patek Philippe the next week, etc. Right? But that's not how it works. You have a strategic, implemented strategy that works over months and months and months. So the end of the year, into the next year, into the next year. And you compound that, right? So you're not trying to make all of that in one day and buy a mansion or something tomorrow. That's anyone doing that, I can tell you guys right now, is probably arguably fraudulent to some degree, right? Yeah, it's just not realistic. Okay, it's not impossible. You might have your outliers, that kind of thing, but don't have that as like a base expectation.
No, 100%. Like I'll be super honest and super realistic, and how I look at it is like your 9-to-5 job. If you think about it, if you're earning 100, let's say £100 a day. I don't know, so maybe earning less, maybe if you're earning £100 a day, 5 days a week, £500 a week, you could earn that in one trade. Risking 0.5% of a 100k account, you make a 1 to 1 R. You've made your weekly wage. trade. You could do that in one day. Why are you going to overtrade? You got to try and keep things as realistic as possible. Like, it's not about replacing the 9-to-5 for a multi-millionaire lifestyle. It's about replacing the effort of a 9-to-5 for an equivalent wage.
Yeah, because exactly that. It might take you like 2 weeks to find that trade, right? And then a lot of people they feel like they've sat around for 2 weeks. They're waiting for that trade, so hence they feel like they need to be engaged somehow. Otherwise, they're not doing work, right?
Yeah.
But your work is waiting for that trade, looking at the markets each day, seeing if you find it, doing your other bits and pieces, and when you do get it, you hit that. You execute, then comes through, and now you look for the next. And once you get a few stacks of that, you start to understand how that goes through, right? You don't need to do it all in one day or one afternoon or the next 3 hours.
But it doesn't mean it's not possible. It's almost like that compounding effect. Once you trust the process, the skills of it, it's such a scalable business model.
Scalable is the word.
Definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
It's crazy the expectations that people have coming into trading. I guess it's where we all find it when we're looking to make money online, because 2% a month is all you need to beat the S&P 500, like 90% of hedge funds. But for some reason, for most people, 2% a month sounds like not enough. Despite that being, like I just said, beating the S&P 500 and 90% of hedge funds, which like trade professionally full time, you know what I mean? So I think people that are aiming for maybe 5% a month, 10% a month, or maybe even 10% a week, you know what I mean? You're setting yourself up to fail. I think setting small targets like that, which are actually huge when you put it in the correct context, is the way to go.
You'll be if you can do that, you're in the top 1%. And if you actually want to make it a full-time thing, then yes, you probably need those kind of numbers, right? Yeah. After tax, after everything else.
Makes it sound easy. That's a month.
That's not the way to approach this, right? You need to scale up to that.
I mean,
don't quit your job immediately. Do trading on site. Exactly. Trading is hard. It is mathematically the most difficult career on the planet. You have a higher probability of winning a medal at the Olympics than becoming that 1% trader. So that doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means you can't replace your entire income, buy a Lambo, do all that kind of stuff in one go. It's a gradual process. If you do it as a gradual process, you've now increased your probability of making that. 100%. Same way, this is not just, business in general has a very, very, very high fail rate.
Well, I think 96 or 98% of businesses fail within the first 4 years or the first 3 years.
Yeah, exactly. But the whole economy is run on businesses. So it doesn't mean don't go and start a business. It just means you need to be very particular. You need to take the time out to actually strategically implement your efforts, right? To actually progress forward and not expect that it's all going to happen in 1 year. And if your business is not worth $1 million in 1 year, you've failed.
Yeah, right? That's the expectation I have.
That's not, because that's the interim goal, and then might be 5, 6, 7 years, and then once you get to 1 mil, things scale faster, and maybe you can get to 10 after 10 years or something, but it doesn't just happen in one go. So you see these people on Instagram or Reels or social media. Either one, they're lying, or two, they've exploited something, or etc. Right, or they're an abnormality in that spectrum. Right, so just don't take that as critical.
Yeah, no, you got to be realistic about it, and like you said, treat it like a business. Like my brother's just been qualified as a personal trainer, and he's in like his second month, and it's slow, and like he's like, oh my god, why haven't I got like 101 clients right now? And I'm like, well, why do you think you just qualified? This, that, and the other. That you need that. Like it took me 3-ish years to get profitable, and then another 3 years to really hone it in, and only in the past 12 months. Just bought myself a new M4 competition. I've just bought myself a nice.
Oh, a comp as well.
M4 my comp as well.
What color? We're going to judge you on the color.
It's in that like baby blue.
Okay, that's fair enough. I actually don't mind. I actually don't mind that. That's fair enough.
I looked at one. So I looked at one in purple with white seats, and then I looked at one in bright orange.
Not with white seats, yeah.
No, not yeah.
Yeah, forget that. Yeah.
So I got the nice blue. It's a convertible comp as well.
Oh really?
Okay, yeah.
I do like the purple, but yeah, white seats, no good. So
yeah, no, I went with the baby blue with black leather seats. Oh mate, she is smart. But yeah, that's what I mean. It took me 7 years to do that. You know, it's not a Lamborghini. You know, it took me 7 years to get an M4 comp, not a Lamborghini. You know, maybe in another 2 or 3 years, I'll get myself a nice Lamborghini or a McLaren, or you know, maybe then I'll reach that sort of that goal. But it's all about a process, man. You got to take your time with it and trust the process. Like, I think every single person who jumps into trading will become profitable, providing they do the right thing. And what I mean by that is the success rate of trading is so small just because they go about it wrong. If they went about it the right way, the success rate should, in theory, be 100%.
Yeah.
And I truly believe that.
In theory, yeah, sure.
Yeah, in theory, 100% in theory. You know. But like, I genuinely believe that as well.
Yeah.
What color M4 do you have?
I have a black Hyundai.
Yeah, with some baby seats in the back, and you know.
Yeah, exactly. The opposite. There's like two different types of traders, right? There's like I'm very safe. I'm very safe, very reliable. Like, I want a car that I can drive till I die. You know, nothing flashy. Just gets me from A to B. But maybe if I got some expendable income, you know, I'll waste some money on a car.
I do like wasting money. I think my cars are the only thing that I actually waste money on. Like, I waste.
It's a hobby, though, right? For me, it's not a hobby.
Yeah, exactly. If you're a car guy, then fair enough. I think people spending money on that to look a certain way.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, no.
Like, if you're not an actual car guy, then just leave it alone.
Man, I used to be a proper petrol head. Like, I used to like strip apart and like modify all my cars.
Yeah, same, dude. I got an E46 downstairs right here. Yeah, same deal. Yeah, so yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if you're a proper mod boy, like if you're a proper car guy,
and that's the thing. When I say E46, though, certain people will know, and the other people won't know. Right? That's
type E46. It's a BMW. You got it.
It is. Yeah. But case in point, right?
I've not heard of that trading symbol.
It's very discreet, right? You know. Yeah. But yeah, Will, as far as trades today, intraday, outside of your swing trading stuff, do you have anything you're seeing per... Obviously, last week was a bit scrappy. We had Jerome Powell on Friday. This week, we've been digesting that on Monday. We had a bunch of, we had the French Prime Minister basically saying, no confidence vote. We had Trump having a bunch of comments here and there, trying to fire one of the Fed heads. What are you seeing? Do you have any...
I did draw this up
right now
at the beginning. Well, when I jumped on stream with you guys here, I did have this drawn up. Now, I was a bit late, so I think we were around here somewhere. In fact, let me have a look. Let me have a look at the time. Yeah, so I joined about 5:30, so we were about here when I actually drew this up. So, I mean, we did get the retracement, which was super cool. And then it's a 2-hour trade. So looking at, bang on 2-hour trade. So I'd kind of want to see GU take this high, which would be really cool if we can. That would be, what would that be? That would be around 2.5%. No, 2.3. So that's about 2.3% risk in 1R under the EMA crossover as well, under this consolidation. So that's what I'd be looking at here on GU. But I like to try and target a 2R if I can. That's a nice little sweet spot for me. If I'm scalping, a nice 1R trade, chef's kiss. But ideally, I like to see a 2R.
I agree. I agree. Those scalps are definitely worth a bit of shorter RR, right? Like, people get too hung up on that, trying to go for 1 for 6 or something else. Like, just it runs up to 3 to 1. They want the 6R, comes back, stops them out. Congrats, you lost money, right? Just take the 3R. It's fine.
Literally that. Like, if I'm on the 5 minute, my max is a 2R trade. Like, any 5 minute under, like I'm 1-to-1 in. Sometimes I'll drop below. Like, if I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, this is really, really nice. There's momentum there. I'm gonna jump in with this. I'm gonna risk 1%, but I'm gonna take 0.8%. You know, so like I will like minus R ratio my trade. However, I like to be 1-to-1 R if I'm like 5 minute or below. I never jump on the 1 minute. I don't know why I have it there. It's an ugly time frame for ugly people. I'm joking. I'm kidding. For those of you, I'm kidding. For those of you who do use the 1 minute, sometimes I do jump on it, but it's just so messy.
I always have it to the side, like for reference, right? I always have it to the side just to know it's there. But,
exactly. Yeah, exactly that. Like if I'm really trying to refine it, then I will jump onto the 1 minute. But 1-to-1 on the 5 minute, and then if I'm going 5 to 15, I will jump onto a 1-to-2R. That's my nice little sweet spot. Like right now. Right now.
There you go. Yeah. I did just realize my chat is way scrolled up. I'm way past for you guys, so apologies for that. But I'm playing catch up right now. Rahul as well saying yesterday's odd short trade survived. Stop loss marginally. Got nice 1-to-2R. Yesterday's Asian low. Dude, brilliant. Perfect. I would say from now, Aussie dollar is definitely one of the better positioned major currencies to run higher. Per say the euro, the pound, that kind of stuff. Obviously, yesterday we had euro dollar come down about 1%. Aussie dollar is about down 0.1% in that same inference. So just let me play catch up with chat for you guys. That was ages ago, so apologies for that, which I did not realize. Dude, I'm actually way further back than I thought. I thought it was just a little bit back, but here we are. Maya was saying, okay, baby blue, LJ has a completely different opinion on that color. I'm not saying it openly. Hey, you're getting ripped on your M4.
Hey, mate, riff as much as you want, man.
Should have taken that purple. There you go. Divine Trader saying check euro dollar. Yeah, we can do that. All right, we'll jump over to euro dollar just now as well. So I'll jump over to my screen. We'll go to dollar. Here we are. So I've got a bunch of squiggles from last week, so you guys will just have to somewhat ignore this, but at the same time, I'll leave them there for context because they are explanatory per last Friday. So last Friday, we were on the ABL stream, as well as the 5ers Discord we were talking through here. If we had that slightly hawkish meaning neutral Jerome Powell, we'd already sort of priced that in all through the week. We had this massive downdraft for the euro dollar. So we're looking for a down pick basically to 115.50 per the euro dollar. After that, we did not get that. We got the, and hence why I basically scale out this stuff. This is your first one to call, second one to call, third one to call up to 117. In the advent that he acknowledged the problems with the labor market, as well as we're seeing CPI lower, PCE lower, but there are some implications per the PPI that potentially there are in tariff impacts basically coming through in that manner. So in the end, we did get him leaning more dovish, acknowledging those impacts per the Fed's mandate. We got that punch up. We came right down. Last night we had a bunch of stuff with both Trump announcing certain things at the same time as the French finance ministry giving the French government giving a no confidence vote for the government. So that is what further push in the advent of yesterday's. Obviously, we've got we're still in that European summer. London was off market yesterday as well. So we had lower liquidity and we got that drive down per the euro dollar. Since then, we've picked up. Today, what I would say, I think we've still got the upside. I think we need to recover this. I think this was definitely an overshoot per everything going on right now. So I would see a further upside from here. So I'd say you got a slight pullback and then drive higher from this standpoint per the euro dollar.
Yeah, nice one. I like the sound of the upside anyway. I like the sound of buys. I've actually I've drawn up a nice buy opportunity here on euro dollar, just to go alongside with my my GU as well. So cable's looking strong to the bull side.
I'll drive it to yours.
Sweet.
Oh,
hello.
Let's guess. There we go. There we go.
Sweet. So this was my euro pound as I showed you just now. Had a bit of a pullback and hoping to get that a little bit more of a move up. Euro dollar. Oh sweet, no worries. Euro dollar is wow, actually. Oh, bang on. Look at that.
Very nice.
Mate, cushy. So yeah, we came up. We just about break. So I like to see a break and close. I don't like to see I don't like to see a wick. So we came up, we broke and closed just about. It was a little bit and ahhing, but we had this 3-candle push up here and it was super, super bullish. I was quite happy with that. We dribbled on down a little bit more. This was a little bit more bearish than I'd anticipated or than I wanted. However, we got a nice little fib zone, or what I like to call my golden zone. It's like the 6-1 and 7-1 fib level. And then we did come back into this pullback area. So this was super, super cool. And I suppose we have got an imbalance or a fair value gap, whatever you want to call it. So that's pretty cool. I thought I'd put my stop at the very low where this EMA crossover is, as well as at the low of this pullback. And then again, target a 1 to 2R ratio. Ideally, what I would like is my low-hanging fruit. And what I mean by that is it's literally at the most recent high or low. So what I'd like to see ideally is that. That is a 1 to 3, 1 to 1.3 restored ratio, but I'm going to go for a 2. I'm going to go for a 2, see if I can really squeeze it. I don't want to squeeze it out too much. You don't want to over milk the teat of money, as they say. So I don't want to put too much risk on the line, but GU I think can head up a little bit higher. We're about to hit a 2R ratio on that. So if we can hit a 2R ratio on euro as well, that'll be a 4R day.
Nice, that's very good. I mean, and that's good for what did you say? You're using 1% risk on both these trades?
Yeah, that'd be 1% risk, yeah.
Yes, you're good by your definition, aiming for 20% a year. You're good for 2 months.
Yeah.
You don't need to trade again.
On that account, I'd stop trading. I'm done then. I'd be like, no, I ain't trading it now. I'm sweet, I'm done. Wait for payout. I'm off.
Do you ever trail your stop loss at all? Or do you, if this retrace now, would you let it go all the way back?
Only on my swing trades do I trail my stop. So when I'm trading on the 4 hours, so going back to Euro, Euro JPY. So I'll only, trail my stop under this.
Yeah.
Under the EMA.
Under the EMA.
Yeah. Other than that, no, I'll just leave a solid stop. I will have a discretionary stop loss though. I'll look at it, and if the trade invalidates, then I'm like, oh, okay, this is going to reverse now. But that's experience speaking, not a technical strategy.
I was about to say, really something you aggregate over time, right? To know,
100%.
Okay, this doesn't look
good. I'm watching a trade, I'm like, I've seen this before. I'm not letting it. I'm not
flashbacks,
again.
And dude, I've tried coding that stuff that many times. It doesn't quite work because normally it's because of some shift in the market, like macro fundamental, Jerome Powell, central bank, something else, whatever. Someone says something and that fully shifts it, but you can see the prior price action coming to that only confirms it too late as far as algo. So I don't know. That's what I've seen anyway. So. But you guys will have to forgive me today. I am exhausted. I've tried to add yet another monster. All right. I took a nap before, so just chat that was up with us with ABL before. You guys already know, but today I am absolutely staunch.
What time is it over there?
Right now it's 9:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I've been up since 8:30 a.m. going strong, and I've been doing that for the past 3 weeks now, 14 to 16 hour days, non-stop. So I think I'm reaching a limit of like science, like physiologically, right?
Yeah.
No matter how much I try and push that with caffeine or whatever, I'm actually getting to the extremes.
Don't overdo it on the monsters.
I'll keep doing it as long as it'll keep me going until I get a break. So anyway,
that's just GU hit as well. So GU hit TP at 2R.
Nice work.
In fact, and Euro. So Euro and Cable have actually hit 2R ratio TPs.
Very good. I was thinking, damn, that's fast, but then I'm so used to the higher time frame that I forget you're on the lower time frame.
I would say
I thought EU was gonna like really play about and tease me a little bit. Mate, 2 candles straight to TP. That almost never happens.
That's great. Nice work.
Yeah, man, that's awesome.
Yeah, pumped up. I'm definitely dovish US dollar for now. So definitely a bit of a retrace for all the majors for sure. So I think that's what we're getting now. But that said, Griff, I know we always talk about your swing trades and everything. Would you consider getting some kind of can up to you don't have to be hard on it, but some occasional shorter term trades? Would you ever do that? Or is that too difficult? Or would it wreck your approach and everything?
Yeah, I don't know. I like the way that I trade, and it works. It's worked better in the past than it has recently, and I'm experimenting with some other things, but I'm not experimenting with lower time frame. I think if I can get it, if I can trade successfully on the higher time frame, that's my preference. Yeah.
Stay out of those shallow waters.
Yeah, I'd probably I'd only consider it if high time frames just aren't working for me, which they are. So
okay.
I'm partial to the high time frame. It's my favorite. But then 1 hour isn't even that high of a time frame. I'd actually probably like to go on the 4 hour or the daily. But yeah, I'm very comfortable on the 1 hour. I'm happy where I'm at.
That's fair. There you go. No, that's a perfectly good answer. Like I was just
I'll take the lower time frames if you coach me, LJ. Coach me.
It comes back to what I was saying as well before with other people trading. Like you don't have to be this like crash hot right now, everything all at once type trader. Right? You can take the time. Take the time to evaluate your setups. Wait the week. Wait 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, 2 weeks, 2 years, if it's Griff's case, to get a trade. But, that's fine. That's fine. You get one trade every 2 years and you get a bajillion %, and you're all good.
Although I'm not happy with my trade frequency, admittedly, I do like the time frame. But yeah, like I was saying, my friend and I, we've been experimenting with this mean reversion strategy using volume profiles. And
now you're in my bread and butter.
Honestly, the results we've gotten are crazy. We've backtested.
Yeah, tell me about it.
We've backtested 21 to 25, so the last 4 years. It's just backtesting right now. But I really wanted a strategy where it was 50% win rate and maybe 1 to 2. So just completely different from what I've got now, which is 30% win rate with 1 to 5, which is obviously way more profitable, but it's not great for prop firms because I have such big losing streaks. I get maybe 2 big payouts a year, whereas I think I've said all this before, I'd rather have a bunch of smaller payouts. It's just a lot more sustainable, a lot more scalable.
Cash flow.
I've done a lot more that way. I used to be chasing those sort of 5, 10K payouts, looking for those big dollar payouts, looking for those really nice cushy numbers. And I started thinking what's wrong with a 1-2 grand payout,
Yeah, so although I'm looking at reducing my overall profit per year, this way I get nice monthly profits. And yeah, the results in backtesting, we're getting 1 to 3 risk reward with a 60% win rate. So it's crazy right now. It's really good. We're really happy with it. I'm going to keep doing second run, third run, fourth run, and hopefully we can replicate it in the live markets. But I don't see why we can't, because it's super mechanical. So yeah, we're really.
I was about to say I can throw some hands in that if you want, because that's sort of the core basis of my approach.
Yeah,
so I know why and where it's profitable because it works. So there you go.
Nice.
But
yeah, I think some questions.
I think you did get a question here as well, Griff.
Oh yeah, so Griff, I saw your video on the 15-minute time frame. How's that going for you? Yeah, so recently with my flag entry, got this refinement where rather than waiting for the first retracement on the 1 hour time frame, I take the first retracement on the 15-minute time frame instead. And I didn't do this previously because it seems obvious, because I thought there would be plenty of times where I get an entry in the 15-minute and I don't get an entry in the 1 hour. So, you know, I enter and then it just continues moving and I get tagged out. But this way, it hasn't actually been doing that in testing. I've actually just been getting in at a better price way more often. And also I've been getting involved in flags where it doesn't, like the retracement on the 1 hour is like huge and I can't enter. So yeah, it's working really well. I still haven't had the opportunity to take one live. In fact, can I share my charts real quick? There was one last week.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just when you went to the bathroom, I was showing Will this flag which I missed on AJ, and normally I'd enter right here on the 1 hour, just like this. But if I take the first retracement on the 15-minute instead, so we're looking for the first retracement after we break this high right here, I'm actually getting in at a significantly better price. So if I put my risk reward here, I'll change the color of this over here as well, make it green. You can see the difference is pretty substantial. It's like a 1% additional profit on this trade, and yeah, it's working really well. Get a way better entry. But yeah, as I said, the reason I didn't do this before, now that I can actually show you guys like visually on the charts, was because there would be occasions, I thought, where we get a retracement on the 15-minute, so I'd be in a trade here, but then on the 1 hour, it just keeps getting bullish candles higher, and I would never enter a trade when it's like a flag that looks like this. But turns out that never happens. I'm just getting involved at a better price, as I showed you guys, and also I'm getting involved in trades where the entry candle looks like this, because I don't take flags when we break the low. I wouldn't take this flag here, because we've broken the low, we've continued. I only take flags when we're kind of within this high and low. But yeah, with the 15-minute retracement, I get to get involved like up here before the 1 hour candle is closed like this. So yeah, it's actually with the data, the win rate has stayed the same, but I'm getting involved in way more flags, and the slight improvement in the risk reward on every flag has added up to be so that my flags P&L has like doubled. So instead of making like it's like 60% over like 5 years, now it's 120% over 5 years, just with that tiny tweak. So it shows like got to constantly experiment, you know, and explore new ideas, like checking out the low time frames, which I've been opposed to in the past.
Yeah, that's right. Look, but hey, lower time frames. Hey,
get out of here!
Look, Will, hey, at least look, Will's in between, all right? I'm in between. We're good. They're helpful.
We'll have best of both worlds.
Yeah, exactly. Best of both worlds. That's it. I think Stephen might have a question for you as well, Mr. Griff and William. Both of you. There you go.
Yeah.
How to handle the trade during high impact news as a swing trader? Do you guys choose your trades during news, or you hold the trade till it hits your TP or stop loss? So do you take news heavily into account, or do you just absorb the news and just be like, it is what it is?
You want to answer this first, Will?
Yeah, that's an awesome question, man. That's a really cool question. I like that. So honestly, not really. Like I'm on the 4 hour So I don't really take news too much into consideration on my minor pairs. If I was to swing trade the major pairs, then yeah, I probably would take it in a lot more. But the ones that I am swing trading at the moment aren't actually dollar pairs. You know, it's Euro JPY, USD JPY. I do swing the US 30, however, but not as often. So that I
US would 30.
Yeah.
Mate, just trade the Nasdaq. Come on. What are you doing, Will?
Just
trade the Nasdaq. Come on. Come on to the Nasdaq team. Come on to the Nasdaq team. Come on, Nasdaq team. All right.
When I'm really bored and there's zero price action, I do intraday the Nasdaq. But
mate, you just go to the Nasdaq. All right. No, continue though. I didn't want to. I derailed you, but that's right.
Intraday you knew is where it's at. But no, I don't really take the high impact news into consideration as much, unless it's like really highlighted, unless it's like NFP, CPI, unless it's like FOMC, something like that, where I'm like, ooh, okay, what could this do to my currency pair? Then I'll take a look. But if I'm like in some significant profit, the markets are looking favorable, I don't care. But as a rule, I just let it do what it's gonna do.
Yeah. And I'm very similar as well. Like the only time I'll consider news events is if my prop firm has a rule about trading during news events. So like the 5ers, you can't open a trade around high impact news, so I consider that. But you can close trades during high impact news, which
you scale over then. That's fine.
Oh, am I muted?
Yeah, I think you were for a sec. Yeah.
Damn. I thought it was my computer. I was like, oh no, I crashed halfway through the stream.
Yeah. I like the only time I'm trying to think where I was. The only time I consider news events is NFP. I don't trade an NFP, and if my prop firm has rules about it. And the 5ers, you can close trades and hold trades during news, which is great. I really like that about them. If my trade is hovering around break even or near my stop loss, and I know there's a big news event coming up in a few minutes, I'll probably close it because the odds of me being slipped is very high. Otherwise, I'm the same as well, and I just let my trades run and I leave it because my mentality around news is that I can't see it in backtesting. Like I don't know if I'm about to take a trade before a news event when I'm backtesting like 3 or 4 years ago. And my data is great, so I'll just do the exact same thing in the live markets. It's my mentality about opening and closing trades around news as a swing trader. You just leave it really.
That's fair. Totally fair. Gold, 3,400. What do you guys reckon? This. Also, Henri, what do you mean? So pushy. Oh, come on, mate. You live too close to me to be saying these things. I'll come to your doorstep, right? Yeah, don't push it. Don't push it, all right? No, yeah, pushy. It's all right. We're good mates. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say why not? If you zoom out enough, like if you go on the monthly time frame, can't see.
Do you want to take a trade on this right now, intraday?
Oh, like short term.
Come on, Griff. Right now. Do it.
All right, let me get up my MT5.
I know. Just
don't take you in, man.
These guys, they're always pushing me to take the 1 minute trades. These crazy guys.
Me and Mike will get you into the game.
Yeah,
that's right. We'll get you there. Yeah, no, we've just had a number of comments for gold in the chat in the past.
Oh yeah.
I would say this is objectively bullish on 4 hour right here. Look at this, right? We've had this pass through from obviously last Friday's Jerome Powell comments. We came outside of this channel. We've gone through that sector through end of Friday into Monday, dipped down, ran back up. Today, Tuesday, we're now running further higher. I would say, yes, very much we have to the upside for gold. Definitely. I don't know.
What's your guys' thoughts? Good. I mean, we've got that huge push up. We got a range. We tapped below the range, and then we had a really strong reaction, which is a good sign. And now we're kind of having a little correction, like a flag entry, I would say, kind of like a flag. There's no shift in momentum in these most recent candles, and we're getting another nice bullish candle again now. So yeah, I think there's a really nice buy there, but I don't trade gold. So I can't say for sure, guys. Who knows? Yeah, that price action looks great, in my opinion.
I mean, looking on the 50-min looks quite nice. I'd like to see something a little bit stronger to the bull side. You know, I'd like to see a nice big break and close above, then maybe a pullback a little bit deeper, and then the 3400.
Confirmation. Yeah.
It's good as spring.
Yeah, so like we're very weak at the moment around here. There's a lot of indecision. You know, we equaled these lows. We didn't actually sweep them. I thought we were going to sweep them. We didn't sweep them. We equaled them, and then we came back up. You know, we continued above the 5-minute structure, so showing a bit of bullish strength. Here, you know, we're showing a bit of indecision again. You know, we've come back up and we've respected these slightly. We've swept above. You know, for it to continue a little bit higher now, I want to see, you know, a quite decent move above here. Pull back into like a sort of nice fib zone, and then continue a bit higher.
I agree. I definitely agree.
That's what I'd like to see. But again, I'm a bit like Griff. I don't really trade gold as much. I'll dabble, but dabbling's all I'll do.
I do like gold, but like I've said in the past, like it's one of those secondary assets that I trade because sometimes good, sometimes bad, right? And the past couple of weeks, it's been terrible, right? So right now we've actually got some kind of structure and direction for gold, to be fair. So I would say to the upside is not a bad shout overall. Generally speaking, we go back to my chart from here. If you look at this price action today, it looks as though we are looking to test this range through here. We had that spike right up early in the morning. This was after Trump trying to fire Cook from the Federal Reserve. So right now, it does very much seem from the technical structure that we should see higher upside. The, I guess, fundamental macro structure says we also should on that background as well. So overall, I would say yes to the upside. You might get a slight dip before that. We get a pullback into the sort of mid-range of what we've had for today. That'll be about 33.74. This is my lovely Picasso drawings, which are definitely not straight, but we go up. Everyone knows this though, and this stuff will be heralded in some art institution later and go for millions of dollars. All right, everyone knows this. All right, you guys will get to know this as well.
You know, until I met LJ, I often judged a trader's experience based on how straight they could draw a line on TradingView. But then LJ doesn't do any straight lines, and he's a great trader. So my perspective is it's because you only picked up TradingView when I first met you. You just started using it.
Yeah, literally.
I'm sorry, if you can't draw a straight line on TradingView, there's no excuse.
Yeah, mate.
I couldn't it'd be like this. Like if I go like a straight line, it's like, oh, that's kind of it. Yeah, not really. So yeah,
no one's competing with my straight lines.
But mate, all of this, like, and the reason I do that is because, you know, trend line stuff, whatever, you're just trying to gauge out the general market, you know, the general ranges, that kind of stuff. It's not that critical, okay, right?
And Griff's got the rulers out.
Yeah, look, I'm telling you.
Yeah, wait, hang on. What was that, Griff? What is?
It's my secret technique for getting the super straight lines on TradingView. You can't compete. My mouse has got a built-in ruler.
Oh, really? This is actually what?
No, it doesn't.
What is that thing, dude?
The sleep deprivation's kicking in.
Oh my god. Dude, that looks like some AI, like robot, iRobot type stuff. You're ahead of everyone. God damn. Anyway, we're gonna go like we'll go through all the majors just before we wrap up.
Sounds good.
So Dixie, we can see we had this retrace last night. This is my color coded, which might be a bit difficult to see. We'll get rid of the pivot points, just to make it a bit easier. So obviously this was Jerome Powell's speech on Friday. We absolutely tanked it as far as the Dixie. We came into this retest point of this trend line that has come through here. We tested that a number of times and respected it very nicely. Came into that again on Friday. We rallied up. Came through to the 38, the 50, punched through 61.8, right up to the otherwise 13%. We've now pulled back. We are seeing a bit of a decline and a reversal to those same points that we had after Friday. Now, this retest we had yesterday, there are a number of other political, I guess, headlines, that kind of bits and pieces. We had a shift around in bond markets that have induced that movement from for the euro dollar. So hence seeing this decline today come back into normality is very respectable. That's what you should expect, to be honest. The rally we had yesterday, I would say, was quite surprising to the degree we had. Now, obviously, we have European summer. We had the UK out in the market yesterday as well. So maybe just purely due to low liquidity is why we rallied that hard. Today, coming off very, very, very expectable. So I see that lower direction for the Dixie, therefore euro dollar coming back up. We're seeing that right now. As far as the price action, we're testing these prior highs from the Asian session. We go to pound, same deal, we're right pressing those highs. We go to dollar yen, very clearly looking like we want to run off. So Dixie, the dollar index overall, very much to the downside. Quickly cover the NASDAQ, go over the indices. You guys will have to bear with me today. I am sourced, as I said before, but we'll cover it through. So I would say caution on the indices from here, because we could actually get further downside regarding a lot of the tantrums now with Trump trying to intervene with the Federal Reserve and that whole implication, right? Even if jobs numbers stabilize, we have further implication for rate cuts, which should be supportive for indices. It should be supportive for things like Bitcoin, that kind of stuff. Just keep an eye out that we might not get a straight run through. It could be a bit of back and forth through that. Apart from that, gold, as we've already covered, we are saying we're looking for 3,400. We've got a number of these risks coming up on the board. That's probably your best option to the upside with defensive movement overall. What else is there? Pretty much it.
Yeah, nice. Thanks for sharing those thoughts.
I would do better tomorrow. All right, that's all right. You guys are gonna dude. I'm sourced today, like I said before.
Are you done after this live stream, LJ?
Yeah, I am done for today. Mike jumped on earlier for me. I literally took a 40-minute nap whilst Mike jumped on for me earlier. But I've been streaming and doing too much work for too many weeks now, straight, no sleep.
Yeah, take some recovery time.
I'm hitting my actual physical science kind of limit, right? But yeah, so for you guys out there, definitely keep an eye on that increase so basically a increase in all the majors, therefore a drop in the Dixie from here, a recovery after last night's movements. I would say euro-dollar movements last night, which basically perpetuated the ongoing downdraft, is probably a bit outsized. We've seen a double top through here, so don't be surprised if we get further dips in the Dixie and the dollar index across the whole for tonight. There you go. Thank you, Griff.
Nice. Thank you both. Nice to meet you, Will.
Thank you, Will.
Nice chatting with you.
Nice to meet you as well, man.
Victor, give me the thumbs up. I got to scroll over with number of people in here. Whenever you're ready. I need to sleep right now after this, guys. I'm going to bed. So I hope you guys training goes well.
Mate,
Griff,
I'm
Will,
done
and everyone in chat.
To the gym.
So I'm definitely not going to the gym, mate. I'm going to bed.
I don't blame you. It was awesome streaming with you guys. I'm gonna go get ready for the gym now, and then mate, I need a haircut, so I'm gonna go to the barber. He came to sort me out. So nice one, guys. It was absolutely awesome to jump on again, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow as well.
Yeah,
I'm going to bed now. So catch you tomorrow after I get some sleep. Peace out.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, LJ, William, Griff. Thank you for your contribution to our stream. Yes, my mic isn't muted. Thank you all for that very interesting breakdown of the market. I've been watching you guys in the background. Thank you for that. Let's check the chat, see what the chat is up to. I say the chat, but perhaps it's better, it's more appropriate to refer to the chat as plural, right? What are you guys up to? All right, so as I'm getting ready here with the layouts and everything else, let me know in the chat what you guys are watching. I will, in any case, break down a couple of graphs, and by that I mean GU and EU. What has been more interesting is EU. To be more specific, yes, that's a much better one. All right, so let's see in the chat who is with us today. All right, yes, sleep tight, LJ, as as many viewers are also rooting for your some resting time. All right, so let's check here. We have I'm gonna go over EU because I think it's very interesting what we have been seeing. It hasn't triggered me personally in my in a long, but this is the area based on the quasi and the H1 that you want to be watching. I didn't get in because it didn't have a alignment with the H4. But even without the alignment, you can still see how the market comes back to these structures. And in this case, there was H2 and H1 structures. And you can see clearly how the market comes back and retest these levels. And this is not something that triggered me, but it is absolutely, visible and clearly seen how the market reverses from these structures once it gets them from the that big, huge drop that we have seen in the market, and see how it reacts to the in this case it was the H1 quasi entry on the entry order block on the quasi, and it does that a couple of times. Actually, one of them, look at that precision, how it react and acknowledge that there's actually a structure there, and by structure I mean the order block. So it didn't trigger me because on the H4 it didn't have alignment, and that happens sometimes, and that's fine. I don't get triggered in all the trades, in all the times that it reverses, only in specific ones. And the specific ones I mean the ones that have alignment that I have identified myself. In my data to be the best opportunity. So let me show you guys what that looks like. But before I do so, let me go over the higher time frame, the top-down analysis. For those who haven't seen this before, we do have a huge range which we've been trading in since 2018. In that range, we have a reversal pattern, a bearish reversal pattern, which makes a lot of sense to align yourself with that, because the the even higher structure in terms of market structure, in terms of the trend, right, is to the downside, right? Very clearly seen, very strong trend. So a bearish quasi makes a lot of sense to trying to catch, right? So we have this quasi, which is this uptrend, broken not once but actually twice, and then it comes back for that second. This is the first, that will be the second right shoulder, and there are two areas which we could be looking for possible signals on this quasi to go short. Yes, short, even though that may not be thinkable right now, but it is the area, these two areas, as we need to be looking for that short. We're not there yet, so we have to wait for price to either react from this one or the next one. But by understanding this, we can then focus on understanding that the price reacted on this entry order block already, right? Last month, that is. We can understand that this is the area that needs to be broken for price to continue higher, right? That's the order block. That's the area that needs to be overtaken. So I'm going to check here on the next structure, next time frame. That is the weekly. Up here, this is the EU. This is EU on the higher time frames. Okay, so hello, Stephen. Welcome to the stream. Or maybe you should tell me welcome, because I think you have been here longer than I have, or at least before I did. In any case, thank you for being part of our stream. We do. Hey there, Samir. How are you doing?
Yo, what's up? What's up, bro?
Hey, I'm happy to see you.
Yeah, same here. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Doing what I enjoy doing
amazing
all the time, which is breaking the market down and trying to look for opportunities.
Yeah.
How about you?
Really
How are you
good.
doing today?
I'm good. I was just waiting for the to be added in the stream. I was waiting, so now here we are. So yeah, let's go. So I saw you was doing Euro USD breakdown. That is really beautiful. The way you analyzed it, really in depth. I really liked it. I'm getting used to your strategy, these quasi type of head and shoulder type of thing. Getting used to that.
It's actually quite simple. And but I do go use top-down analysis, and even though it's a very simple concept, I think it's very useful for everyone. Even if you don't eventually trade it, just knowing that there is an area there makes and you can perhaps adjust your stops, your targets, or your overall view, understanding that there is or isn't an opportunity of price reacting to this area. So Samir, besides that, we have some in the audience telling you,
hey bro,
saying hi to you.
Hi guys.
Have you?
Yeah.
Have you had any trade today?
Today I haven't really got my setup yet, and yesterday also was a no trading day for me. But the way we broke down gold yesterday, it played exactly to the T. Our viewers know, if you joined the last stream, the way we broke it down, it just played exactly. So I'm just seeing the gold chart. Although I don't trade gold, but if you took benefit of the analysis, then yeah, it was really nice. But as of my pair, which is NAS 100, I didn't really got any trade yesterday. Today I am looking at these highs and lows, so let's see if we can liquidate them, and we potentially can get in a setup today. I'm just gonna be targeting small today, just 1-to-1 maybe. Let's see how it goes.
Okay. That's great. Let me see if I can add your screen in this, so we make it visible for others to say. Not sure how we are supposed to do that, but we will figure it out in the process. All right. So yes, I was with the EU, and allow me to do that while we are we'll figure out in the background perhaps how to adjust the so we can get your screen on. Let me perhaps call in some help in the
I'll
background.
just stop sharing and reshare. Let me see if that works.
Okay. Yeah, that could be the case.
Okay. I share again, but if I right click it, I'm not getting any option to, to just make it visible. Maybe I'm not having the rights to it.
I'm not
I
sure
think
either.
Jonatan
Let
can
me
do that.
check if let me see if I can all right. I'm going to
on USDJPY. I haven't really
yes,
seen USDJPY for like it has been so many months. So let's see what this pair is doing.
JPY. Are you I hear you in the background, Jonatan, and all right, so we let me switch back to our stream here. Yes, if you're wondering what's happening, what is the beautiful harmony you're seeing in the stream, that's just live streaming, right? You can't go back in time, you can't edit anything, and sometimes I'm just going with the flow wherever that may lead us to. I like your background, Samir. It's been
Yeah, I just edit few things here and there. But
it's
I'm
nice.
getting the Jonatan voice. Are you getting it too?
Yes, but you can switch him off. There is on the left lower corner. There's a there's a toggle.
I don't know.
I believe you don't see him.
I see him, but
no, I mean the left lower corner. There's a offstage feed which you can switch off, and you won't be hearing him.
I'm pretty good with the computer, but I'm sorry I can't.
No
really
problem.
See.
I muted him. No problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I just added a light here, which I think it is looking okay. I'm just trying to set up my thing here. Yeah.
No, it's perfect. No problem. I am going to continue with the EU breakdown that I had on that I was doing the monthly, the weekly, and finally going to some lower time frame. Some Henry is following us. Put some music. Van Alven is saying yes. I think that's a very good idea, Van Alven. You have such a great idea. I don't know these tracks because this platform is relatively new to us, at least to me. Is that audible? I think it is. In the background, chat. Let us know if this is comfortable for you in terms of the volume. All right, so we are. Let's see. We have. Gold buys. Akshay is telling us we're gonna be looking at gold shortly. You're Samir. You're saying it's a buy.
Yeah. Yesterday also I was discussing like gold is going bullish, and we did analysis, and it plays exactly. Now we are just consolidating. I do think we are gonna get an impulse to the upside.
Okay. I'm okay. Impulse to the upside. You still think that's in the cards? I will. In the meantime, if you could take here just a couple of seconds, maybe interact with the chat, take some questions. I will. I'll be in the background just half a minute or so.
It's okay. I'm just gonna be taking few questions. Let's see
Okay.
what our chat has to say. I'm in buys on gold from bottom. That's really good, bro. If you're in buys from bottom, you're printing decent pips or risk to reward. It's really good. Gold is moving really crazy, to be honest. Like this push right here, it is of 300 pips. The small push that you see. The Sage. I remember you from yesterday. Sage. I play Valorant and there is a player. Her name is Sage. So now I will remember you. USD JPY you are talking about. Let's see. You wanna short this? On the 4 hour, it's really not doing anything. It's just rejecting from highs and lows. So yeah, on the daily also it is consolidating. I don't know why you're trading USJPY, because on the daily it's really printing barcode pattern. If you want to trade barcode pattern, then yeah, you can trade it. League? No, I don't play League. I only play Valorant sometimes. Somebody stole my GTA 5 account. I am not having access to it anymore. I think I have to rebuy the game. What time frame do you use? I trade NAS 100 on 1 minute. My high time frame high usually of 15 minute, 1 hour, you know. But my entries are on 1 minute.
All right, we got the your screen back on the in picture.
Oh, you found why it was not there?
Yes, a little little thing we needed to do, and I was not seeing things clearly. But it's okay now, Samir. So I will, if you allow me, I'll finish the EU breakdown.
Yeah.
And then we can come back to the gold setup.
Definitely.
Because you mentioned that what we talked yesterday, and it played out as you were expecting. So I think that's interesting for the viewers to be watching. And while we are doing just that, I would like to invite, recommend, suggest viewers to hit our like button. Subscribe to the channel. Yes, it's very simple, but it's a great support on your side to us. I'm going to switch to my screen, as you guys can see. So as I was saying, on the monthly time frame, right? For those who weren't here yet, we have a quasi with the head, the left shoulder. I know it looks kind of weird, doesn't look symmetrical, but that's how quasis are. And you have the neckline. Creates a first right shoulder, and this is the potential second one. It is with a lot of momentum coming to that order block, that entry order block, in this quasi. So we'll have to see how it behaves, how the market behaves as we are getting into this area and interacting with the price again. So that's the monthly. Really nothing to do other than to wait for price to reach this area and to try to see if you have alignment on the weekly and the daily, so you can take the short from. But the long here monthly, no, that's not at least in my opinion, is not the trade to be taking. The weekly. All right, so we have that initial reaction on the monthly order block, which is what we're seeing right here. We have market coming in, tapping into, and moving away from it, right? That's what I'm talking about, right? And we have market that already happened a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, that's the weekly time frame. And market already switched back into bullish order flow. That happened when we printed this wick right at the weekly, signaling that the market held the order block, that's demand area, and this, the second wick, reacting very neatly, very nicely, beautifully on the top border of that structure, further confirms that the market, at least in these two bars, in these 2 weeks, were accepted, acknowledging that demand area and reacting upon it. Then we have a almost outside bar. Can you see that? It's almost taking the low and almost closing above the high of the previous candle. Didn't reach it, but even if it's almost an outside bar, that also tells you, it also is expressing, even though it isn't a complete outside bar or an actual outside bar, the fact that it almost was able to create one tells you that it's quite bullish that candle is. And if we zoom more, we can see then with that information that we're likely to be trying to push higher. At least the market is going to try to do that, because you can see it in that almost open outside bar that the market has that intention. We are struggling with this weekly order block, which is still fresh, bearish one. But since the monthly, right, is so the momentum is so high in the monthly, I would think it is reasonable to expect that this weekly order block, bearish, it doesn't have a very long life expectancy. So, and if we go to the lower time frames, the image becomes even more clear, right? We have a bearish quasi on the daily, which is this reversal pattern being activated right here, coming back and touching. This happened on Friday, touching that only entry order block on that reversal pattern. And what happened? It did not confirm by closing as either an outside bar or in a bullish engulfing, meaning that the market, despite having a quite nice reversal pattern, a bearish reversal pattern, despite this huge move, we are not seeing the sellers coming in and taking over. What does that mean? It means two things, and two things only. One is, it still is going to do it. It is something that hasn't happened yet, but it is going to happen in the future. So maybe we will get a reaction from this order block in the end. Yes, let me point it out. Something like this, going to lower level, perhaps this demand area in the weekly, or going maybe even lower. That is certainly within the cards. Or the other option, very logically, is it's not going to happen. We don't know which the two is going to be true, but so far, as long as the market isn't showing you signs that it's going to reverse from an area, right? I would guess, it's not going to do that, right? It's not going to respect that level until it actually shows us that it wants to, with some confirmation, some bearish order flow, some bearish outside bars, whatever it is that we can read price from, that telling us that the sellers are coming in and they are creating bearish structures again. That's not happening right now, even though, yes, I do see this fresh order block that was reacted upon. But I think this order block is not the one that you should be watching. You should be watching the one above it. See how neatly it reacted, right? Only a couple of ticks or pips it had to interact with from that order block and reacted quite nicely, but it wasn't enough. Look at that, the close didn't engulf the previous body, and it is, to me, just a retracement in a possibly continuation to the upside. So that's the daily order block. And actually, I think we can, even though this order block is still valid, the one that I'm manipulating right now, I think this is the one, right? The last one, the most previous one, the one that's freshest in the memory of the market participants that we need to be looking at. So we have a bullish order block. That's the same. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The market is creating bullish order blocks while we're supposed to be taken over by the sellers. Something is not, making sense there. It's not congruent, right? If we are going to actually reverse from this level, I need to see some evidence. I need to see some candlesticks, some price action that tells us so. That's not happening yet. So until then, I'm not going to front run any reversal. I'm going to wait for the market to tell me what it's going to do, right? So we do have the bullish order block on the daily, nothing on the weekly to work on. We are in a bearish one, so there's no alignment there. And on the H4, and this is the reason why I didn't take the trade. If we go from this point, right, from this, this is a beautiful quasi, beautiful. Look at this, right? It's a beautiful quasi. That's the downtrend, right? That breaks the neckline. That would be the neckline. Breaks the neckline, comes back. But what the problem that I have with this quasi is that from the head to the top, in this case, of the structure, there isn't any H4 reason for me to go in. And that's just me, just my trade plan. I need to have an H4 reason. Now, that means that I didn't catch this reaction and I wouldn't be trading it. But, somebody else would, because somebody else could have done it, or you're free to have whatever filter and whatever time frame that makes sense to you. But you could have, there are a couple of structures here, and it didn't actually touch the H2, but from before you had an H1 and another H1, let's see here, another H1 right here, which also very beautifully, see from before you have another H4, and that's not H4, H1, and it comes again and again, and it's the same kind of area. You have that overlap of previous left structure or previous structure from the left, and then it creates a fresher on the entry on the quasi, and it reacts beautifully from it. Based on this, and not only on this, but also considering the that impulsive move we had on Friday, I am bullish. Obviously, this is a bullish reversal on with a daily fresh order block that is being retested. The only thing is, personally, I'm waiting for that H4 to come into the market to be printed, and we might get it. This could be the area. Got see it right there. That could be. It hasn't been printed yet, so I'm gonna be patient about this. There's still 33 minutes for me to consider this an actual order block. Hasn't been printed, but if and when it will be printed, it looks like it will be. I will then go to the lower time frames, and you can see it already where I'm going to be interested in taking that trade, and that's right there. That is at least on the H1 and H2. I would, in this case, take. They're basically the same. So very simple, looking for these high probabilities area where the buyers, if they are going to push price, and it has all the indication that they have this intention to push price and have a continuation from this impulsive move, right? They're coming back, retracing into these demand zone and pushing away. And I'm looking for my best entry area, and that's going to be that area right there. That's on EU. And so far, I'm going to be just marked it here live for you guys watching us. I'm going to be watching and waiting for price to come back. And at that time, right, I can show you guys, we don't show 100% everything, but we show so much that you can use this in your own trading. And what I would be doing is I would be looking for the quasi on the lower time frame, the execution time frame. So that is, I would consider that to be the head, and walk back to see where the quasi the neckline was, right? And that's going to be, in this case, right here. Very easy to see. So you have, for those who are not seeing it, it's this, right? So you have a lower high. That's the downtrend established. That's the head, left shoulder, head, neckline. It breaks it, and then just maybe comes back to this entry, this area that I'm interested in for that continuation moving out, right? That's the whole idea of these quasis. They're reversal patterns, but I'm waiting for price to come back into some area of value where I can take a trade from. Obviously, if you're considering a trade like this, the proper way to put your stop is below the area and target whatever highest point it has reached before reaching that area, and perhaps even look for higher time frame structures, perhaps that order block to the left right there, or some other structure that makes sense to you. On the H4, we have even that one. If you're holding it for perhaps a swing trade, it depends on your risk appetite and the way that you trade. But I would be interested in taking a trade like this. And I would assume that on gold, it looks somewhat similar. But for that, we're going to look at some mirror. Let's check your screen to see the play that you mentioned yesterday. That is for our viewers. Let's check that. I'm going to switch to yours. All right. So you're muted. I'm
Yeah. Now it's good, I think. Yes. So yesterday I mentioned these kind of moves are kind of abnormal moves to me. So we need to create some kind of liquidity pattern so that we can get a little bit confidence in our execution. So right here we printed some kind of liquidity pattern. So once this pattern was there, the pattern is simple. When we have some kind of a low which is swept, and then we can look for entries on the smaller time frame. So this was the play that happened. You could have targeted this. So if you go to the 1 minute, then yeah, you could have entered the breakout of this consolidation. Of course, stop loss would have been a little bit bigger, because I am a big believer in giving your trades a room to breathe. So your trades should have looked something like this. Let's talk about to do. So these kind of moves are really like when there is a abnormal push in the market. So we have to correct it in some way. So this is the way I like to see. I like to see when the price corrects itself in this way after this abnormal push. So we have a one liquidity area once it is swept, and then we move in the original direction. Right now also we are consolidating. So I think if we have to go up, we have to break this kind of resistance, and we might can get another push. We have these rejection areas, so definitely you can look for these areas. Really beautiful play for gold. And as of NAS 100, we have a beautiful range today. Also we have this liquidity area, as you can see. So today I would really love to see price liquidating this, tapping this order block, maybe adding more confidence to the trade. I think this Tuesday is gonna be good. I don't normally trade on Tuesdays, but the way price action is looking today, it is really looking good. So I'll just wait for structure shift, and I'll just take at the retest, either at the retest or if we have any good FVG. So these lows can be targeted easily. This range is looking really, really good. Like, I think whenever I have traded these kind of ranges, I have had almost 70% win rate. So I would not like to miss this kind of trade. Yeah, I am up on the account. I will risk 0.5% so that I can capitalize on this move, as I know this is kind of a high probability day or a high probability range. So it is really looking good to me. So today I am looking charts actively. Yesterday it was kind of 50-50. I was not really in the mood. I didn't like the price action. Yeah, of course this consolidation was really good. If we would have even tapped this order block, if we would have liquidated this low, like this, tap this order block, then I would have been really interested. Similarly, like I mentioned, 70% scenario, then my confidence would have been on another level if this would have happened. But as it didn't happen, so I don't really know until when the correction is gonna go. Okay, so I have to I didn't like the price action basically yesterday, but today is really looking good. So we have some good ranges, in my opinion, good liquidity areas, and I would really like to capitalize on NAS 100 today. Although I don't trade on Tuesdays, but really looking good. I'll just capitalize maybe 1 to 1 or 1 to 1.5 today. Let's see what the volumes gives us. And gold was really good today also. I think for today, tomorrow, just place yourself in buys only. Right now still price is high. If we can liquidate this area in the New York session, and if we can start to move higher, print higher highs, then of course you can position yourself in buys. On the other hand, if we break this area impulsively, then also there is an entry scenario for you. So of course, give yourself room. Don't be like this, this kind of trader. Give yourself room. It's okay. Your stop loss can be wide. It's okay. You can give room to your trade. Even if you secure 1 to 1, it's a success for you today. Okay. So don't think that way. Oh, I only made 1%. It's okay. I myself passed my first challenge of my life with 1.5 risk to reward, fixed risk to reward I was doing. That's how I passed my first challenge of my life. It was in 2021. So I think these 1 to 1, 1 to 1.5, sometimes 1 to 2, these kind of trades, risk to rewards over the long time, it will pay you. So if you're shooting for high, like let's just make a bank today, I think you should not think that way. So you might can destroy yourself that way. So whatever you can secure, you can make profit. Okay, it's not bad. It's still a profit. In my opinion, it is that. Of course, there are few scenarios. As I've mentioned in previous streams, I'm not gonna be boring you today with the same thing. But yeah, this is what I'm looking for on gold and NAS 100. Really, I just want this to go, and then I will wait for structure shift, and then I can position myself. Of course, I'm not going to be targeting this. If my let's say if I get the entry somewhere around here, I'll place 30-40 point stop loss. I'll just secure 1 to 2. That's it. I'm not going to be targeting this whole. So I will place max stop loss, I think 50 points or something like that. If it is higher, then yeah, the probability of this trade can be low. So let's see how the range presents at 7 p.m. my time. We still have 1 hour left.
Samir, I think people in the audience and I speak for. I'm not them only. I'm including myself in the same group. How do
Yeah, yeah.
you know how much to risk on any given asset? Like you said, 50 point on I think the NAS you said. How did you come up with the 50? Is that based on experience, on backtesting, on some indicator? What are you looking at? How did you
Mhm.
where are you deriving the 50 points stop loss from?
How I am driving this, or how I came up with this, is because we have a kind of ranges, for the day. For gold nowadays, it is like 300, 400 pips. For NAS 100, some days price takes a lot of time to get to 100 points, to get to 150 points. So back in the day when I took a loss, I still mentioned I mentioned that loss on the stream. I mentioned the fair value gap was really big, so my
Hmm.
stop loss was 90 points. So even if my trade was a success, I had to secure at least 1 to 2, which is 180 points. So for
Hmm.
that, I have to hold my trade as a range. Nowadays for NAS 100 is not that volatile like gold. Nowadays
Hmm.
we are moving 300, 400 pips in a day. So for this NAS 100, of course, when it moves, it really moves well. As you can see, we move like 200, even almost like 300 points after this NYSE. But if you see normal days, so we are not really moving with that much volume. So let me give you an example. After this move, so we barely got a push of 120 points. So if my stop loss was 60 points, then I would have been able to capture this 120 points for my 1 to 2. So I don't really want to keep my stop loss that big, so that I cannot, I don't have to wait for a lot of time, knowing that nowadays the volume is not that good in NAS 100. Of course, there are days we see just one-sided move. Okay.
Hmm.
But still, considering that, I don't want to be in a trade for very long, for 2 3 days. So yeah, I've came up with, let's keep a decent sized stop loss. Of course, I'm not really fixed, like I have to keep 50 pip stop loss only. If the range is decent, then of course I can keep small stop loss also. Like here on the second entry, I got 30 point stop loss, but on the first entry, I still mentioned it was a loss. I think my stop loss was 50 points or something. So
How do
it was
you know when to switch to 30 and 50? I know you said a decent range, but how do you define decent? Like, are you watching something? What is the threshold, or how do you know to have a wider and other days not so wide, less wide stop loss?
It varies on the volume, like this was a volume push. So as these kind of candle forms, the pip size or the point size also increase by a little bit, if you notice. Okay, so some days this same range, like this, for an example, this was FEG price closed below this, and we kind of did a retest somewhere around here. We have this FEG. Okay, we did a retest somewhere around here. So similar range on some days can be of 40 points, 30 points. So I think it's okay to keep your stop loss here and there, but you cannot really know like how that range is gonna be. So whatever the volume, kind of the points that you are getting, you have to take it. Of course, the range should not be that big that you have to wait for too long for your target, because I have noticed after the 1 to 2 price usually reverse. Okay, so I don't want to keep my stop loss too crazy so that I only get to halfway and my entry reverse. Okay, so decent range is just you are not entering too low or too high, you just entering in the middle. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so for an example, I will give you one example where the FVG was so large that day. I don't know if I can go there or not. Let me see. I think this was the example. Not really, but let's just take this for the sake of example. So once price closed above this FVG, so you can take the trade, but your stop loss has to be here. Now the recent high is here, so your first barrier for the trade is here. So this range is not really good to place yourself in. So these kind of ranges are not really high quality trades, so you have to trade the fresh ranges. And I have also noticed the fresh zones, the fresh areas, whatever price is printing. I have been trading like this from so many months and so many years. So I just
Mm-hmm.
want to see the fresh price action. I don't want to see a lot of history. I don't want to mark my zone like this. Let's see, when price come here, then I will react. I have not done this kind of thing from a very long time. I just like to see the fresh price action. So right now I only can see this high and this low. And let's see how the range presents. Okay, I want a decent size FVG. Of course, I cannot say I want 50 points only. I want 30 points only. Whatever FVG it presents me, that should not be too large. My stop loss is bigger, or that is only the condition that I have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Understood. Understood. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Samir. Basically, you're trying to gauge the ranges of the market, and based on that, you adapt
Yeah.
your stop loss. That makes a lot of sense. And also, you're looking at, even though you're not trading fixed, risk reward anymore, you are still conscious and aware that you need a certain ratio. It needs to be healthy, right? You mentioned
Yeah.
where they like 0.5, you're not interested. That's not a great trade in your opinion, and obviously I can understand why that is the case. So all right, so that's gold and Naz, as you explained for our viewers. um
Let's see what Euro USD did on
right.
today's London session. So right
Rahul,
here,
yes, Rahul is in the chat telling us that he thinks
yeah,
that you're placing your stop loss according to the structure,
exactly.
um, 40, 50 points.
Yeah.
That's
So
makes a lot of sense.
first of all, thank you, Rahul, for engaging in this stream. And yes, you are right. I do place my stop loss above the structure. I have always been doing that. Although I have traded supply demand Fibonacci, but everything that I have done, my stop loss has always been above or below the structure. I haven't placed below, in the middle.
Hmm.
So even if let's say there is a range and I'm entering on the 50%. Let's take for an
Hmm.
example. So, but structure point is here. So I will never suggest anyone to enter in the middle unless you have a small structure. I used to, tell my friends we have a mid range push and like a push from where it started. So if you have a mid range push, for an example, this is a push. So in this case, yes, your entries can vary, but if you have just one straight leg and you are entering in the middle of 50% ratio, if you see the Fibonacci, then your good stop loss is below the structure. Of course, your risk to reward is also going to be sacrificed in this case. So I haven't really traded this way. My entries always have been on a significant area where my risk to reward is good, and my stop loss always has been below the structure point.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that. On gold, I'm going to take a little look at gold myself for those who are wondering what it
News.
is. Yeah, no
Euro
problem.
news.
Yes, I'm on mine right now. So the on gold, what we have, I'm gonna do it as quick as possible. So we are, I don't. Not everyone perhaps is interested in a high time frame. We know our traders are on the lower time frame as well, much lower than the monthly and the weekly. But in any
Yeah.
case, we have a fresh order block on the monthly, right? Fresh bearish. And we're currently retesting that market structure is looking quite bullish with that, uh, um, uh, uh, that trend line, uh, upwards trend line we see there on the charts. In terms of the order blocks and the reversal patterns, there isn't anything on the weekly. We do have a fresh order block, but that has been already retested and done its work. We're currently in a bearish weekly order block that's being retested, but that's the only reason. And even though it has alignment with the monthly, the weekly, that's the only reason that tells us that we might get a reaction here. So be careful if you're trying to short this. I wouldn't be doing that. Everything else is looking quite bullish for gold. On the daily time frame, we have a bearish and a bullish quasi. This happens a lot when you have market being rangy, and it will create on both sides reversal pattern. That's the bullish reversal pattern reacting on this order block right here that I'm indicating. There's another one below, but it hasn't reached that yet. And we are, it's going into like a symmetrical triangle right here, and it looks like it wants to break out to the upside, right? So we do have this bullish quasi, and that's the one that I prefer to trade on because of that alignment, right? You have the monthly, even though it's a missing one spot, which is the weekly to get in right here. But in terms of the order flow, it has been given us bullish signs on the weekly as well, right? So you have enough reasons to assume that there is enough alignment right there. So on the daily, we can see, even if we go a little deeper, yes, there is that bearish structure on the weekly, which we can trade that, but be very aware of everything else, because everything else tells us that it's quite bullish price on gold in any case. So yes, there is that structure here that could stop price. But if we look at price action, what we're seeing on the daily time frame is just bullish structures being created on top of each other, and that's something that's telling us the strength, not only on two occasions, but today as well. You can see if it closes like it is currently printing, it's going to print another one, a third one in its um, bullish structure as it is approaching and interacting within this weekly. So if that's the market telling you that it is not ready to reverse, and that's what I was saying as well on EU, not ready to reverse. Might still reverse in the future. It might still, print some bearish candles here and start that momentum. It may switch, but as long as that hasn't happened, we as trader, we should not be, doing things preemptively. We should just wait for price action to actually tell us that it's reacting, and then we hop on that wave, so to speak. So that's the daily, looking quite bullish. And if I were to look at the lower time frame, you even have a quasi, which is here, the neckline. That's the head, the left shoulder, which is in this case right here, where I'm indicating with the cursor right there. And what we have is we don't have anything else. We do have actually, we have one big handle here. We have one structure that I'm waiting for price to come back to take this trade. That's on the H4. based on the quasi, and but I could take a trade in around current levels, a little bit lower, based on the H4. The H4 is going to be closing in 1 hour and 10 minutes, and print this candle, and this is the order block, right, that I would be trading. And it has alignment on the H1, which is this structure, and that's why I have two horizontal lines, right? This one, not the dotted one, and that one. Between, that's the area that I'm interested in going long from, and so far it hasn't retraced into it. And it's just my style to be only taking price as it tests those extremes. So I'm going to be waiting for price to come back. If may not even do that, we'll see if it comes back to this area, and then I'm going to be starting to look for entries on the 5 minutes to see if I can spot that reversal pattern. And actually, I'm pretty sure that I'm able to do that right here. Yes, I would be interested in this structure right here. That area on the 5 minute on gold, I know it's quite extreme to be waiting for price there, because it's holding up quite nicely on top of that H4, and it looks like it wants to continue. I know all of that, and my entries are not exactly very frequent that they get signal, but this is the best way that I know to keep my stops, the distance to my stop, as tight as possible, and that allows me to have a higher risk reward ratio, which is not something for everyone. Samir here has been very successful, and from what I know about you, Samir, you're not really looking for high risk reward ratio. You're talking about 1-to-1, 1-to-2, 1-to-1.5. Very healthy, comfortable risk reward ratio, and I think that's a good thing, right? You want to make trading, you don't want to complicate things more.
Exactly.
Trading is complicated already. You don't want to complicate it even more. And going with a high risk reward ratio, pushing will depress your win rate, and obviously that's gonna put strain on your psychology. So that's gonna make it more difficult for anyone to trade. And so I'm aware that the way that I trade isn't exactly for everyone. I'm totally aware of that.
Exactly. Even I have mentioned a couple of times on the stream that your eyes are trained for certain things from the day one, how your journey started, which guy you saw, which influencer you saw, which course you bought, your foundations, how your foundation was built. So these all the things are related to that only. If your foundation is built on the higher risk to reward, then you will always look for something, you will always look something that will fill that gap. Okay, if your foundation was built in this way, maybe trading 1-to-ones, of course your journey can start wacky, you are not serious, but when your actual foundation, when you start to absorb things, your actual foundation is built that at that point of time. So it really, you have to look closely. So again, your eyes are trained for certain things. As you, Victor, you are doing quasis and all. As I can see, you are trading high risk reward. Let me know if your foundation was built this way with the high risk reward approach, or in the later on in the later your journey you found it this way. I just want to know if I am, the things that I'm saying, how your journey was, if you talk about risk reward and this thing.
Yeah, I started trading EMAs, to be fair, and
EMAs.
And I was trading on it. I don't think I have talked about this, but I was trading on using an indicator to an oscillator to time the momentum basically and the breakouts, and using EMAs as breakout lines, and it has, which I think works, but not as good as order blocks, at least in my opinion. I couldn't make it work as well as I could later on. And those trades were, in terms of risk reward ratio, weren't exactly very, very high, but still, intermediate high, I would say, something like in the range of 3, 1-to-3, 1-to-4, which is still kind of high. I mean, it's not like I trade today where I'm looking for 1 to 7, 1 to 10, and sometimes I extend that to 1 to 15 and 20. But it's still, not exactly 1 to 1.
Okay, so still, I mean, your heart says that you was comfortable doing that. Your personality is,
Yes.
I think, that way only. You are okay with this type of thing. So yeah, our viewers might be okay with this type of thing. Half of our viewers can do this thing, and half of the viewers can shift to lower risk reward. So I think it's completely fine.
Yes.
And trading,
And
yeah, you just keep it simple, and yeah.
yeah, indeed. You're saying the one of the things that trading high risk reward ratio is still was, and not anymore, but was for a very long time uncomfortable for me, even though that is something that I've been doing since the beginning.
Hmm.
The reason is simply because I take more losses. There's no other way around it. If you're gonna have
Yeah, exactly.
1 to 6, 1 to 7, there is no way you're gonna be hitting 50 plus
Hmm.
win rate. That's not gonna happen. I don't care. Given enough data, I know that's not gonna happen. So
Yeah, exactly.
um, what what I would say to anyone who's considering trading high risk reward ratio is, let yourself be guided by the data. If that's the best profile of risk reward that your system is offering, you can do optimization and you can see how well which one maximizes profit. You can do
Hmm.
different, you can do it fixed or based on price action. Do your same entry, same stop, just play with your stop with your TP. Do it 1 to 1, do it 1 to
Hmm.
2, 1 to 3, and so on, and look for that, plot that on a chart, and look for where not only it gets a higher expectancy, but how let's say after a time series of a month or a quarter, which one maximizes profit for you, and go with it as long as that's still comfortable for you. I mean, if it's very uncomfortable, I wouldn't be trading it, even if it's the optimal value. I'll look for something that is optimal, meaning a peak in maximization and optimization of the profit, and is tolerable at least. But in any case, you're able to execute it, because there's no nothing. There's no value in having a system that you cannot trade according to the rules, because your psychology will block you from doing so because it's too uncomfortable. That's a clear sign. That's not something you should be trading. Someone is asking for the first word. We are not allowed to give you that first word. Actually, I don't even know the first word.
Yeah, me
But
neither.
even if we knew,
You have to guess.
yes,
It's a guesswork, like trading.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. Someone is saying about momentum on the BTC. Let's take a look at that.
See?
Um,
BTC. Oh, yesterday I think you was there when we was analyzing BTC. Four
yes, I
hour
was
chart. Yeah,
indeed.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So right
We
now
were
we are
talking.
broken to the downside.
Yes, and we talked about this. I think you analyzed it first, and I talked about the fact that
Yeah.
it made this close, and that was the moment for me. So even before the push that interacted with the order block above, which is very beautiful, by the way, right there, that reaction that we saw, very very beautiful.
Mhm.
Uh, uh, the fact that it already broke this structure before, by closing below it, that was the sign to me that the market was likely to eventually break down. Maybe not in the same go, and it didn't do it at the same. It had actually a bullish reaction, but that's the breakdown that I would be expecting, just because of that close. Very simple, very very simple. It closes below. It's a clear sign that the market is weak, and it will not always be the case that it will continue, but most likely it means that price, unless things change completely because of some news or something else happened, it is likely to be going lower, and that's exactly what happened. And I would be expecting price to either create new structure, which can happen, but most likely is it will have to tap into some other structure, some other demand zone before it starts, to switching back to bullish. And I see a clear area here, which is on BTC, which is from 105.116 and 107.519. Between that area on the daily time frame, look for bullish reversals, meaning candlestick formation that indicate that the buyers are taking over, and wait for the close, preferably, and then look for the entry after that close, perhaps when it does something like this, right? So you have the push up, and imagine this is a bearish candle that last push down, and this is then the engulfing, and then expect price, right, to come back to a structure, meaning an order block, and then to continue. So you take your entry right here, some related to substructure that makes sense, as it is coming back to that area that it has signaled to be a demand area, and then you take it, either to the next structure, which would be the one that I'm indicating here, or perhaps something further away, because you're bullish on a higher time frame on BTC as well, which we are, because the market has been going up, and up. All right, so that's BTC. Momentum, someone said. Let's check if what exactly. I don't see any momentum, maybe on the 1 minute. Perhaps this is what our viewer is referring to. I don't trade BTC, and surely not on the lower time frames. My trades are much higher time frame. And actually, I'm more of an investor in Bitcoin, and just watching these structural demand zones to be buyer. And so I would be definitely expanding my position when we start getting these areas. So around 07 to perhaps, I don't think we're going to go this low, but I mean, anything is possible. A deeper retracement would be a reason for me to wait. Perhaps a quasi, right? A quasi. For us to move in the opposite direction. And for those wondering what a quasi is, it's another variant of the head and shoulder, not the shampoo. This is the reversal pattern for forex. And someone said in the chat,
the word.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just saying, chat is interested in the word, in the guesswork.
Oh, the word. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I would want to help you, but I have no knowledge of that first word. And there is really not a lot I can do. Someone asked in the beginning, or helped out with quasi being almost. Yes, that's quasi. And that's exactly right. Quasi as a single word is indeed means almost, right? Quasi-real, meaning almost real. However, when I say quasi, I'm not referring to quasi. I'm referring as the shortened version of Quasimodo, the word or the fictional character in the Hunchback of Notre Dame novel. There was a character there that was asymmetrical, to say the least. And this character was called Quasimodo. And so when I talk about quasi, I'm not referring to almost, but I'm referring to that character, because I didn't coin that. I didn't name the pattern Quasimodo. That's been done by others before me. But quasi is just short for Quasimodo. But thank you for your engagement, Girgos Karamalis. Thank you for that. I like that. I like that, how you guys are, doing your part on interpreting everything we say. All right. So Tamil, Nasdaq on the let's take a look. Nasdaq. I always, even if you ask for an H4, I need to be able to.
Do you trade all these pairs? Let me know, please. Like,
The one I have on my list?
Yeah.
I have them for a reason. I don't trade them all, but if I'm not a trader, I'm an investor in them.
Okay.
So in the case of NAS, I don't trade them on a daily basis as a trader, but I do have NAS in my portfolio, and I do, even though I'm a strong proponent of a passive portfolio, and I use a lot of passive management in my trading as well as but I'm I definitely I'm a strong believer that passive investment is a real good thing to be following. But the trader in me still wants to catch these great areas, so I will still try to time, even though that's not exactly passive, but try my time my entries into the market. So and that's in this case what that's why I have these, and actually for the viewers as well. So on the higher time frame, on the monthly, we can see that the Nasdaq has been very, very bullish, and you can see how it just goes through bearish structures like that, and that's why I left it in. Normally I would need to take this away because it has been invalidated, this structure, right? But I left it in because in the absence of anything else, this could be an area that could be a switched or a flipped a supply zone that turns into a demand zone for later on if we have to continue higher. So that's one reason that I left it in, and the other one is to show you guys at home. So on the monthly time frame, there isn't anything for me to trade here. Let's see, the monthly, nothing here. We have had quite a very beautiful run after we hit the monthly structure we had here, and that made a new high, right? I'm talking about that huge run we've had since the trade war that was started when Trump's trade war, volatility, period. So what we have on the weekly is a bearish order block that is still valid, right? Still valid. That is an opportunity to look for shorts, obviously. But at the same time, we also have a bullish structure that has been, at least if you look at this wick, looks like has been reacted upon. Let me mark that as well on the. So you have a very common when you have structures being created and overlapping each other, that tells you that there is a indecision in place, right? The market isn't clear whether it wants to continue or reverse from here. It just goes and create these structures opposing each other, and a lot of the times overlapping, and that makes it a bit difficult to trade because you're not sure which direction the price wants to go. But that's how it moves when it goes rangy, and that's what we're seeing right here. On the daily, what we have here is we don't have anything fresh except that this area on the daily time frame, a bullish structure, not a entry order block, just a regular daily. And on the top side, we don't have anything, just a broken structure, a bullish structure that was broken, as well as this bearish was taken out. So we do have a bullish order block right there for the daily, which is within the weekly. So that's a great area for look for a long, right? For that continuation, because this order block is still fresh. So now we got to the H4 where, Tamil has been asking us to look for. So this obviously is gone, as well as, let's take a look. No, that's fine. So what we then are left with are, I don't have anything here. This cannot be a head for me. Neither. Actually, there is a possibility of a quasi here. Let me check if that's still possible. Do we have that? We have one that has been expanded to this area. Another one here. There we go. How beautiful that is. Look at that reaction. I mean, I don't trade this, but I can use my quasis on any asset, basically. Look at that reaction we had, right? You had this order block from before, and price comes very beautifully after making an all-time high, comes back, reacts with a very beautiful reaction. Very easy to be waiting for, right? That's the area you want to be trading. Now we have this reaction, so in principle, and because we had that big reaction there, my target, I would understand that this is what the market has been wanting to do, and I would be just targeting for the high again. Now this is my overall on H4 idea. Obviously that train left the station already, so we will not be able to take this trade. But however, the market doesn't move in a straight line, right? When it doesn't go here in one go, it does all kinds of movement in between. And it can still, even though this is the area, it can still do this, do all kinds of wacky movements as it is presumably going to that high, which I don't know for sure. That's just one scenario. So if I go to the H4, I could be looking for reason on the H4 to get in on the long, and I don't have that currently, or actually I do. There is a smaller quasi right here, reversal pattern, that makes this the head and makes that the left shoulder. Very tiny but still very visible and valid area that is. So let me look at that again and see if I can spot the areas that I would be interested. Well, it's quite wide, which is not something you want to be taking, but it is what it is. So you got another quasi here on the H4, and so that's the area that, at least to me, that I would be interested in taking a trade from, right? As it is going higher, if it gets into this area, perhaps on some news being released, something that spikes the market, that's exactly the moment. Not perhaps, within the trading news restriction window, perhaps right after, take that trade, and with a much tighter stop, because I can, well, this is already gone, but let me mark this. I'm gonna leave that on the chart, so next time we watch this pair, we can talk about it, how it is. I will be doing something like this if price were to come back. Obviously that doesn't happen all the time, but I will be looking for price to come back into that daily, into that H4, and then going for that target, which would be the high of this right here, this structure. Beautiful. All right, so that's as a TP. Let me mark that, and that's it. I would say on the H4, I'm waiting for this area to be taken out, to be revisited for me to get a long from. And there was a little order block there, but that has been invalidated already, so there's nothing for me here to be taking. And also, if you notice, we haven't even come back to the 50% retracement of that move from that low to that high, meaning I don't want to be buying here. I want to get a bargain basically on my entry all the time. So I'm only going to be entering either on this area or some new structure. It may happen, but it's not going to be part of the quasi. It will be just a new structure as it is being formed. So that's the NASDAQ for Tamil Bot Gamer and anyone else who was interested. We have David G in the chat. David, buenos dias. How are you doing today? And many others. Let's check. All right, let me check on the NASDAQ gold. I don't have a trade on EU currently. There is something. Maybe we did talk about this about 15 minutes ago. The H4 was created. So we have daily and H4 overlapping each other. So this is the area that I want to be trading coming in, and that is the area right here, right? I talked about it. If it doesn't come back, not interested. I'm only interested in those bargain entries when it comes back. And I might be wrong, that's fine, but if I get it right, it's gonna be the area, and it's not gonna go much deeper. And again, gonna have these tight stops, and goes to the the next structure in line, which is probably an area related to this swing high. Any other pair we are requested? Someone asking for the gold chart. Our audience, they love gold. Why is that? Why is that? Do you have any idea, Samir?
My friend is also a gold trader only, but he hasn't really had any success. But I don't know why. But I think they have they are emotionally attached to gold because they have made money and they have lost money. I'm talking about my friend right now. I
Mm-hmm.
think you guys are emotionally attached to gold, man. You have to break up with gold, find another
Yeah,
one.
totally. I think, yeah, I think emotions can hamper us in making good
Yeah,
decisions, and you want to be taking, choosing your assets based on actual data, actual results you're getting. And if you're very profitable at gold, then by all means trade it.
yeah,
But
yeah,
if you're
definitely.
not, try to look for something easier to trade. Gold isn't exactly the easiest pair to trade. It's been very it's known to be very manipulative,
If you're
deceiving.
a if you are a new trader, the one AI vision, so I think you should not trade gold. But if you already have the experience, let's say 2, 3, 4, 5 years, then I think you know how to trade, you know how these pairs move. Then yeah, you can adapt here and there and you can find your way. But if you're a new trader, anybody from the chat, stay away from gold. I don't even trade gold myself now. I'm trading from like 6 years almost. I'm
and that
shorting
is
gold. Somebody's shorting gold actually.
and that is coming from someone from India. India, gold is very important in India's culture, right?
Yeah, even in these marriages, even in temples, people give gold. I'm a kind of neutral guy, like, but still, people do that.
Yeah, they're India, and I think the Chinese or the Asian culture as well.
Mm-hmm.
Gold is a big thing, right? Gold is symbolism, has symbolizes wealth and you know good fortune, and I think many
Yeah,
other things
exactly.
as well. And it's not just the value; it has a lot more meaning to it, and I think that could be also a component in why people
Yeah, it's
like
just the
gold as well.
maybe the way it is moving from the past. I don't know how many hundreds of years. So now it's kind of a culture now.
Hmm.
And what what are the pairs that I trade? I only trade NAS 100 nowadays. I used to trade almost every pair. So I had a kind of decent success, not a huge success, but kind of in the middle, here and there payouts, here and there account blown. But since I've shifted to one pair, the peace of mind is good. So I'm only trading NAS 100 right now. I haven't really trade on Monday. I haven't took trade on Monday. Today, I don't know if the trade presents. It's okay. If it doesn't, I don't really care. Even if I'm taking one winning trade in a week, I'm still fine with that. The way my mindset is rewired nowadays, I don't know how I got here, but just to if I see my journey is just failing and failing and just realizing, doing the self talk. Now I don't really care about this trading anymore. My goals are bigger than this. I will make money from trading here and there, of course, not a lot. Then I would really love to invest it in somewhere which can make me, which can just give me a kind of fortune, if you want to put it that way. I don't really look trading the same now. Back in the days when I used to look at this, look trading, like let's make money. I don't really look trading this way now. I just want to secure some, maybe a few hundred Ks, whatever, and then I want to put that in somewhere. I don't even see myself trading the whole life. If I
Really?
that, if my other businesses, whatever I'm gonna establish in future, if all, of course, not everything is gonna go good. If I take 10 trades, 10 risks in life, of course, not all of them is gonna play out. Maybe five of them will play out. and only 3 of them will be successful. So that is the way I'm looking at life also. Trading taught me. So once I found those three shots and I'm good, then I will really like to explore some other things also.
Great to share the fact that you share this so openly, Samir. That you're, I think you mentioned that you don't know how you got here, but
At the
nowadays you're
same
very
time, I do love
relaxed.
trading. I do love trading. I do love to see charts. I do love the analysis. But as I mentioned in the earlier, in the previous streams, few streams, I don't want to do this whole like my all life. There are a lot of things in life to explore. You can travel the world, you can explore, you can get different experiences in life, and you can build something, you can do for the other people. All these things, there should be bigger purpose. Once you hit a certain, of course, our chat nowadays, right now, you want to make money through trading, but once you are there, then I think you will your goal will be something else. Of course, I'm not really making millions right now from trading, and let's see how it goes, but I don't really see myself trading the whole life.
That's very insightful, I think, and that's very nice for you to share
I want to
that
do
and
other
how you
things
feel
also. I
about.
don't want to be stuck here, just spend my whole life doing one thing. You just think about it, okay? If you spend your whole life doing one thing, then I don't think so. It's a good life, in my opinion. Yeah,
Yes,
you
for
will make
sure.
money through trading. Yeah, it's good. You will make millions through trading. God gives all of you, a good success. But I don't really, want to do this like my
I
whole life
understand.
spending on one thing. I want other things. I want to experience things.
Totally get your drift, Samir. We have many questions for you. People seem to really want to know everything about you, Samir. And I think it is because you just say it like you think about it. You just speak up your mind, and
Yeah,
you share
exactly.
your ideas the way you see it, and people love that.
Yes.
Samir, let's see. Someone asking here. Oh no, someone's sharing that they think gold is very attractive not only for the cultural reasons, but because it can give us a high risk reward ratio in just one day.
Yeah,
Uh, that's but
exactly.
but that's also part of the problem. Exactly, Guillermo Pereira. The problem with gold is, even though it does move, and once you catch one of these moves, can really really move, so that you can make 1 to 20. The fact is, the same volatility, the same impulsiveness that creates this opportunity also is defining for the character of gold, meaning it just wicks people out all the time. And that's something that, even though you may catch this move 1 to 20 from time to time, a lot of the times you'll just end up giving money back to the market, because it will just come and, I wouldn't say hunt your stops, but it will wick you out even while you're right about the direction. And that happens very, very often with gold. And that's why it's very volatile. So I'm not saying you shouldn't trade gold, but you should definitely consider that aspect of gold. We have Mohammed asking you, Samir, how many
Okay, let's
trades do
see.
you usually trade?
If the setup is there, I have this. My strategy is like this. Let's say if I take one trade and it's a loss,
Hmm.
it is gonna give me second entry anyway every time, because the higher low is gonna swept, like my stop loss is there only.
Hmm.
It's gonna sweep that higher low again. So my strategy is set up in that way. I'm gonna get two trades anyway. First one is the loss. Okay, so I will give two shots per day. So if the trade presents, like on Monday there was nothing, and today also I'm not seeing anything, to be honest. So some weeks I will only trade for 1 or 2 days, and some
Okay.
weeks like July there was a trade almost every day. Okay, but this August is really slow. Yesterday there was a, I think, first or second week of the August, I think 3 or 4 days I spent without any trade, and then I think on Friday it was one loss and one win, resulting in 1% profit. So coming back to your question, you mentioned how many trades I take, like in a day or in a week. It depends on the market. Okay, I don't really keep any expectations from the market nowadays. I keep zero expectations from the market. Even if my accounts are blown, I don't really care. I have a bigger vision now. I don't really care about this anymore. I have a bigger vision right now. And these trading thing, the trades, how many trades I take in a week, day, month, it really doesn't bother to me nowadays. But just to answer your question, it depends. Sometimes, like on in July, almost every day was a trading day. You can say 24 trades was there, and in August you can say I take 10 to 15 trades, and I don't know how next month is going to be. On an average, let's say 12 trades on an average, 10 12 trades a month. Okay.
That's not that high at all, Mohammed. But that's I think that's the importance is not the how it stacks against other people. It is if it is the the right amount for you for your strategy, then that's exactly what we should be doing. We shouldn't you know just for the sake of 12. If that's according to the plan, then that's the right number, whatever number it is, as long as it is according to the plan.
Nikhil really asked a good question. How I built the good psychology. I will give you a very honest advice. Might be a funny advice, whatever. Stop seeing these influencers. Start to see the people who are successful but not in trading, who are successful in life, and they didn't got there from trading. They got there with the hard work, with maybe a traditional business, or maybe with kind of hard work with different business opportunities out there. Once you see them, I think your perspective will change, because mine has changed also. I stopped seeing these successful traders. I started to see other people who are successful in other things. So I'm seeing them because I wanna, after making the money from the trading, I wanna be the same. I wanna invest in some kind of business that they are doing, in some kind of business model that they are following. The
Hmm.
not the traditional one, the modern one only, the online thing, whatever they are doing. Like I have this thing in my mind. I have 2 3 business ideas. I might can launch the clothing brand and these type of things. So once you start to see this thing, I think the trading thing is going to be least of your problem. If you want to make huge money, I don't think so you should see these guys. They are just a barrier in your success, actually. I from from the earlier days when I started my entrepreneurship or the professional journey, I am like this only. I really like to eliminate the thing that is getting in my success. It can be people, it can be giving time to the loved ones, whatever it is. But in trading, of course, I was not able to eliminate my strategy hopping thing, my emotions. It took me 4 years. So yeah, I think shift your content consumption. Shift that. Whatever you feed in your mind, it is really gonna show in your behavior, show in
I
your
like that.
actions.
I like
If
that.
you
How you
see,
how you
yeah,
how you're saying to make sure what you consume, not in as in a bodily diet, but your mental diet.
exactly. If your reels are filled with the gym guys, gym bros, I think at some point of time you are gonna do the same thing. if your
That's
if your feed is filled with the traders who are just trading, you're gonna feel like you're missing out. I just want to place a trade, I just want to do that. Fill your mind with something else. This trading content you have consumed enough. Okay, and now it's time to feed it something else. It is bored with the same thing right now.
I like that. I like that. Would you, I'll be that honest with everyone. I don't watch social media, and I don't say
Very good.
anything. It's not something wrong, or maybe it's just me. And there's nothing wrong about there are good content, very good content on
Yeah,
social
yeah,
media. It's not all
definitely.
bad. Of course, it's not all bad, and it's a great way to reach out to the new generation, because they want things fast. They want to see have it visually quick and all of that, and that's great. Maybe it's just I'm a different person. I don't know, but I don't watch. I watch bare minimum. from I consume very little, so to speak. And in terms of my trading, I stopped watching others long time ago. It is of no consequence to me. And
I
it,
think
it
it
doesn't come
might have improved your results when you used to watch them. I don't know. As you mentioned, you are not a big social media guy, but
yeah.
if you try to watch them, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if you know and it doesn't come from a place of arrogance, like I am better and I don't need that. That's not what I'm trying to portray here. It's simply I you know I figure out a process that works for me. And
Yeah,
yes, I'm interested in getting insights. The things that I do watch nowadays are not trading related. They are
hmm,
about self growth, about
exactly.
health, about other
Hmm.
things, but not on anything that could influence my profitable, consistent process that I already have. So the last thing that I want to do is pollute my system with weird
Exactly.
ideas that will just cost me. I do have new ideas for trading, but they don't come from others. Just me exploring new edges. But yes, that's just my experience on my side of the
Yeah, even
mhm,
I am young. I'm like 24 years old, and I still get influenced by people. I'm not afraid to admit. My mind, I think, is delicate, and so is our audience, and so is our chat.
mhm,
So if I watch certain thing again and again and again for 10 days in the same kind of concept by different people, in some way my mind will get triggered. My mind
mhm,
will start to think about that thing more
mhm,
than it should think. For an
mhm,
example, if other one is doing good and I am not there, maybe for 3 4 5 days I don't feel anything. If I'm continuously seeing that thing and feeding my brain that, there will be a time when I will start to think that thing, and then I might can doubt myself and might can do wrong things. So that statement is right. You surround yourself with whatever your environment is, you become that only. So right now, of course, we are young guys. We don't go out that much. We don't play with friends and all. We don't play, these sports. We are on the social media. Okay, we are that generation. I'm not afraid to admit. I also stay on the phone, even on the gym. My headphones are there, and I'm not afraid to admit that I do that thing. But my environment is built in this thing only. The people I'm seeing online, of course, we talk less to people. This kind of generation we are living in. Okay, we are not socially engaging in people. I'm just talking about myself. Of course, there might be some extrovert in the chat. They are talking, they are playing, they are doing complete different thing. But coming to the same point that I mentioned, you surround yourself in a good in a good area, in a good environment. Okay, in the social media itself, it should be that only. Stop seeing this. Stop feeding your brain bad things. Stop feeding your brain the things that is making you doubt about yourself. Start to watch the things that is making you feel like you are a winner. Then your psychology will, play in that manner. Okay.
yeah, those are absolutely strong points there, Samir. Watching out for things that will make you stronger, make you have a positive view on your day, your life, and
Yeah.
so on. It can be very helpful to be selective about what you consume in terms of the social media. Someone asking about where you're from, Samir.
I'm from
Uh,
India.
you're from
I think
India.
I've mentioned a couple of times, but I'm from India.
Perfect. And someone thinks I am Paladin.
Talented.
Paladin, I don't know if you know Paladin, but someone is apparently I don't even know who's Paladin is, but it apparently is someone who is into the trading world. And um, you know I don't know the guy or the person, but I'm not him. So if Paladin come
You're
out, and I would be watching around where he would
mistaking
come
Victor
out
with
of.
someone else. That's
No
our
problem at
Victor.
all.
That's not Paladin.
Do you know Paladin?
I don't know which Paladin you are talking about.
Oh, okay. There are more than one. Okay, I didn't even know that either.
Paladin.
And it's Sadir is convinced I'm Paladin apparently. You know more than I do, Sadir.
Paladin, not Victor. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we have awesome engagement here from
I'll be
many of our
going in
viewers.
like 2-3 minutes. Okay, is that fine with you?
That's no problem at all, Samir. All right, so Louise is asking if I'm moonlighting. I'm not.
NAS 100 is moving a little bit. I'm seeing here.
Okay.
So
is that something you're looking to be trading?
Right now, it hasn't really taken any highs, so
okay.
I have to wait. I will set my alert though. So once it is gone, then you can switch to 15-minute NAS 100.
Okay. I'm gonna show your chart. Is that okay?
You're showing my screen.
Yeah.
So I'm just seeing these areas right now. Although I do love to trace daily highs and daily lows, but my daily low is already swept, as you can see. My daily low is this now, actually, this current low. This is a part of the strategy. And my daily high is this. So I know we are away from the daily high. My strategy is based on daily highs and lows only, but my experience is telling me that this high seems valid. Okay, I will not take these kind of highs like every day or every time, but this is the day my gut feeling, my confidence is telling me that this high is okay. I can take this high. And why I'm saying that, because I like this consolidation, I like this kind of impulsive move, and I know people are trying to short here, maybe this trend line thing. They will liquidate them like it liquidated me back in the days. I was the same trader. Then I will enter. The actual entry will be here. Okay. So I am interested in this kind of move. Because why I'm interested? Because I have taken a stop loss on this one, entering way too early like this. Stop loss here, above the supply area, or maybe above the FVG. This is the FVG, right? Price has liquidated me, and then it has gotten in my favor. So, losses have taught me this. That is why I'm taking this kind of setup. It is not the part of the strategy, but it is a part of the strategy. So kind of metaphor, whatever you call it. So I'll just wait for this high to be gone, and if it is not gone, then I will just wait for this low to be gone. Then it is 100% part of the strategy. Like right now it is a little bit discussionary, so I'm just including my past experience right now. But if we talk about the strategy, then if we sweep this low, then I will be interested. I think today is going to be a trading day. Yesterday it was no trading day for me. Today I will love to execute on NAS 100 once this low is gone. And how you can enter, guys, let me tell you. You have to wait for a structure shift on the 1 minute. Let's say this is the structure. Just wait for a structure shift. Then either you can take the entry on the retest of this structure, or there is a very good FVG here. Okay, then you can just place your stop loss like this. Okay, and just target 1 to 1.5 today, or maybe 1 to 1, as is Tuesday. I will not recommend you to just go heavy on 1 to 2s or something like that, because I've observed Tuesdays are not really a day for a big move. So this is what I'm going to be looking for. Similarly, if we sweep this low first, okay, that's it. And I think I'll be leaving this stream, and I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow again with the same energy, with a similar strategy, similar mindset. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Samir, for everything you have shared with us today with our audience. I'm very convinced looking at the chat, the engagement we've had, and the questions, how interested they are in.
If we skip anything, if I skipped anything, you can type in the chat. I'll be here for 2-3 minutes, and then I'll be just hopping off. Okay.
Perfect. There you have it. For those who are wondering, if Samir is.
If I can help you in any way, just let me know. I will love to, give you my opinion or my advice on that particular topic.
Exactly. Thank you, Samir. After waiting for any other questions from the audience.
Okay.
I'm not a paladin, but I'm Satoshi.
I don't know. I felt like that too, man. To be honest, I forgot the name, but I kind of was having feeling. Anyways,
Satoshi
so yeah.
Nakamoto. We have.
How can we follow you apart from here?
All
I
right.
have Instagram actually. I don't know if I'm allowed to share it or not.
What's up, guys?
Yes,
Yo,
you are.
Jonatan, what's up?
What are you not allowed to share?
Instagram. He
Am I
wasn't
allowed to share
sure.
Instagram?
Of course you're allowed to share your Instagram.
People want to know you.
You
It's
can
banks with Sam, okay?
You can send it to me. Send it to me WhatsApp, and then I'll add it to the. I'll add it to the chat so people can go and follow you.
I can't share my Instagram, but because apparently I'm Satoshi. I'm Satoshi Nakamoto, so I can't share my Instagram. Otherwise, you will see
Victor's
that
Instagram is just him traveling the world with a mask. All these sexy pictures. With a mask on. It's a very interesting Instagram. Yeah.
Thank you guys for having me. So I'm gonna be hopping off. I've sent it to my Instagram, okay? You can add it. And see you tomorrow, guys. Same time. Take care.
Take care, Samir.
Take care, man.
I'm gonna
Bye.
take care, and we'll switch to the other two. Where you have exactly.
We're gonna.
Right,
I'm gonna. So three things. We're gonna announce the winners of. The two last giveaways. So we had a giveaway on Thursday that I was gonna announce yesterday. Now, obviously, I didn't do that because I was quite sick. I am today as well, but I managed. A lot of painkillers and coffee.
you do sound a bit off.
Yeah, I am. I had a migraine last night as well, and whenever I have a migraine, like the day after, I'm like my brain is just not functioning normally. It's such a weird feeling, but it's like I have trouble thinking. It's such a weird feeling, but it's like
you're foggy.
Not that
mental fog.
Yeah, foggy, but not only am I foggy. It's like I try to think about certain things, and it's just blank. It's just like I looked at the markets this morning. I looked at gold, and I'm like, I'm just looking at gold. I'm like, I'm not sure what I'm looking at. I'm not sure what is this. Such a weird feeling.
That's a clear sign you need to be extra careful with your decisions, especially your trading decisions, because a foggy mind isn't exactly the best companion to have.
Definitely not, and especially not if you're, risking money, obviously.
Yeah.
Right. So
I've been asking about these secret words. People want these secret words.
That's pretty cool. I'm gonna add the third secret word right now. It's retest. Okay, so now throughout the live stream you should have gotten 3 words. You put those 3 words together, and that's your entry into the today's giveaway. It's gonna close in about 15 minutes. Okay, guys, so you only have 15 minutes to gather all the words in the live stream to enter today's live stream. 15 minutes, and then it closes, and we will draw the winner tomorrow. While you guys do that,
they actually have to put in some work to get the prize. Some effort. It's gonna make.
Yeah, we wanted to develop a process where we award the engaged viewers, because we do have a lot of people in here who they've been with us for maybe almost a year, and they're in here and they're almost always in the comment section. There, Henry, for example. Okay, Henry is. I see Henry's name like all hours of the live stream, and he's in Australia. So that guy is like watching us when he's supposed to be in bed, you know. But he likes us so much, so he's here. And people like that, I want to make sure that those people that really do care about the value and the content that we deliver, we give something back. So we designed this, and Louis as well, Louis Shepard, amazing.
Louis is one of those pillars of our community. He is
one of what did you say? Did you say? Oh, I thought you said killers. You said pillars with a P, not a. I thought you said like, Louis, he's one of those killers in our community. I'm like, wait a minute, what type of community do we have here? Yeah.
Yes, one of the pillars. With a P, one that supports the community. A pillar, figuratively, not killing anyone, just supporting the community with his presence, with his engagement. And he's not the only one. Raphael, we have Marina, we have Kim, Raju, and many others, not killers, but pillars.
Yeah, we got a lot of killers in the chat, man. Yeah, all of you. No, we do appreciate you. We see you. We do see you. We do appreciate you. I'm also trying to figure out how we can. What?
You're not the only one who thought that I said killer.
Quite a lot of people thought that you said. Nobody mentioned it. It's like, it's just Victor. It's just Victor. I'm working on. I want to be able to set up a process. So YouTube recently they launched something called the top fans, where in every live stream you have a top spot of commenters, where if you are active in the comment section, then you get in you get a rank, and you have 1, 2, 3 spots. You can see in the comment section that Louis, for example, is taking the first spot, and we have David, I believe, is on number 3. I'm looking into perhaps awarding number 1, 2, and 3 for every live stream. It's a little bit complicated though, because we have to set up I have to develop something that actually works with that. But that's something that I'm planning on perhaps introducing. Anyway, let's draw the winner of the Thursday giveaway. Okay.
Thursday last week, that is.
Yes, exactly. So what we're going to do now is we're going to give away, this one is going to be a bootcamp account for Thursday. All right, let's go. There we go. Is it Hitesh?
I'm not
or
sure.
Hitesh?
But it's someone in our community, a regular as well, in our Discord community and our YouTube. I have seen your name, so congratulations, Hitesh, whatever it is. Congratulations, it is you. You have won a how big of a boot camp is this discount?
I believe this is going to be a 20K.
Okay,
this is going to be a 20K boot camp.
Yeah, this is the special boot camps that are not for sale, that are for special occasions only. Great stuff.
That's right. Okay, so now let's do another one. So that is for Thursday. Now let's do for Monday, which is the 25th. Right, this is for a high stakes account. I believe this is going to be okay. I'm not sure exactly the size of the high stakes account that we're going to get. Maybe 5K perhaps. I can't remember which one it is that we give away in these giveaways, but it's going to be a high stakes account. Okay, let's go. There we go.
Kwame is another regular. Yes, Kwame is. I don't know if it's the same Kwame. I suspect it is. Kwame as well is someone who has been in our community everywhere. Very, very clear. And this shows that being a regular pays off. Congratulations, Tommy, on your prize. That's exactly what we want to be seeing. These regulars that are supporting as pillars, that they get, rewarded for their support.
Yeah, definitely. No, I'm super happy. Super happy about that. Seeing that the actual regulars are winning. That's exactly the thing that we wanted to happen, basically.
Exactly. That is exactly right. Have you been, despite your ill feelings, you're not feeling so great, have you been catching moves in the market, Jonatan, on your higher time frame positions, or?
No, I haven't. I haven't done that at all. I've tried to, between meetings and live streaming and things like that, I've tried to relax as much as possible. So not trading, and I feel like it's. I do. The fact that I got some EAs running really helps with. It helps with that feeling of feeling of needing to be in a trade, because I can open up MetaTrader on my phone and I can see, okay, I got 2 open positions, I got 4 more orders in other markets. I can feel like I'm actually doing something. I'm actually productive in a sense, because in the past, I used to open MetaTrader and it's like it's just empty, and I feel like I kind of started feeling that I'm not productive in the market if I'm just ignoring everything that's going on. But today,
but in a sense, I know it's indirect, right? These trades from EAs, from your automated strategies, they're not you clicking on anything. But if you think about it, these EAs are the product of your work. You are, in a sense, they are still your trades.
Yeah, so that actually makes it feel better, because
exactly.
I've put in a lot of work in this. I probably, for the last couple of weeks, probably at least I tried to at least somewhere between 30 minutes to an hour of working on the EAs. So it it obviously stacks up, and it's kind of the same amount of time that I would be spending on my regular trading. About 30 minutes to an hour every day to go through the journal, maybe take a couple of screenshots, look at analyze the price action of the trades and things like that. About an hour every day or so. And now, instead of taking that time to look at my manual trading, I take that time and I spend it on developing the algos and looking at the EAs. So it is me, it's the fruit of my labor, basically, which makes it makes it feel like I'm not missing out on any moves if I do see big moves in the market.
Yes, in the end, it is your work. It is your capital at risk. It is in all sense of purpose, it is your trade still, even if it's not a manual. I'll still consider it to be yours.
Exactly, but it is of course a.
Someone is asking in the chat, Jonatan, about the idea you had, which is, I think, also a great idea to give back to the high engagers in our community. To give them back more chances to be to win prizes. But this is a fair question from Motsar, that it would incite spam or insignificant chat in the process. What do you say? Do we have a system, or do we have some rules perhaps we can avoid?
So it's all about it's all about trial and error. If you guys remember, a few months ago, maybe 6 months or so, we had maybe when we began the giveaways, what we had was everyone was going to write a word in chat, and then we did a random draw of everyone that wrote that word in chat. And obviously that created that created so much spam that we had to end that process. And then we started working on other giveaways, and the idea here is that we want to make sure that we have giveaways where we're able to give back to the community without hurting the experience of the live stream. So of course, if we're going to see that awarding the top list is going to cause a lot of spam, then we're obviously not going to do it. What's that?
Basically, the system will correct itself if there's excess, if there's misuse of these opportunities that we're trying to bring to our viewers. And I see a header on the screen on the current background of ours here streaming. It says the 5ers has landed in the US. What is that about, Jonatan?
Well, that means that the 5ers is now welcoming American traders. That's a huge development, guys. We now have C Trader available, and we're now open to US traders. So I'm very excited about that. Very excited about seeing not only getting more US traders into the 5ers ecosystem, but also seeing more Americans coming to this live stream, because we do have plans of extending the live stream into the new session. With that said, if you're watching this and you are a US based trader and you're watching this and thinking, I want to become part of that team, it's very possible. I mean, everyone who's been guests and hosts on this live stream, we all started with an evaluation account at the 5ers. So it's very possible that you might be the person that we're looking for. You might not know it yourself, right? So if you have just a thought about maybe I could do that, then send an email to tradingroom@the5ers.com or jonatan.r@the5ers.com, and let's chat, let's talk about it, and bring you on if that's something you'd like to do.
Yes, we're expanding as we speak. We're expanding in a number of hosts and the range in the length of the duration of the streams. And you can be part of that by approaching us and showing us your skills, your knowledge, and hopefully being very beneficial for the viewers watching us, because that's what we're looking for. We're looking for people who are able to trade, right, and able to deliver value to our viewers, meaning able to explain why they're doing the things they do, share their strategy as much as possible, and help have that idea, have that composture to help someone who may not be there yet, but who is willing, he wants to be a trader. Then if you think you are such a person, then for sure take some effort to contact us, show us your trades, and we will take it from there.
That's right. So I think this is a great time to wrap up the live stream. So a lot of things happening at the 5ers, especially here with the live stream as well. As you saw, we had William from the UK, or it's the UK, right? Or Welsh. Well, man, I cannot pronounce that. I'm embarrassing myself for it. It's in the UK, right? It's not like
Wales is part of the UK as
UK, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is.
I'm making sure I don't
say something that isn't true, isn't accurate.
Yeah, or like maybe you never know. There are like places in the UK, like this is part of the UK, that's not part of the UK. This is actually like in the UK, but I don't know. It's all very messy. All of these different accents. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So, as you said, Jonatan, while we are closing this stream, and you were indicating will
exactly
and,
this comment right here. Like, I don't want to spark World War III. I'm trying to, like, make sure I don't mention the wrong things here. Anyway, William, who now is confirmed to be from the UK, has of course joined the ranks of the host here at the 5ers, and we're gonna have more new faces coming on here tomorrow. We're gonna have a new guest coming on as well, which I believe is actually from the US, so that's gonna be interesting as well. US traders joining the 5ers same time as we're opening up for US traders. That's very, very exciting.
Thank you, TechFeud1, for your offer. We will be looking into your skills in teaching football or soccer for others. I think that's a great asset. We will definitely consider this in our stream to see how that helps our traders having football skills, soccer skills.
And I love this name, monetary economics. I mean, imagine having that as a name, monetary economics. So, oh, what's your son's name? Oh, my son's name is monetary economics. Oh, okay, so you're like some. What's your son's? It's whole market. Up only.
It's actually legal to do so.
It's illegal.
No, it is legal. You can.
Well, not in Sweden. We can't name our kids anything like that.
It is. It is in countries in the world. I've seen people. I've seen babies being called COVID.
Dude, I've seen babies being, getting the names that I'm like, wait a minute, what is that? Like, what are you thinking? It's like, the kid's gonna go to school,
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure someone has. I think someone even named his baby or her baby Bitcoin. Imagine that.
Wait, what did you say?
Bitcoin.
Well, okay, Bitcoin is not that bad. It's not that bad, actually. It's a pretty good name.
Every time someone says Bitcoin, that baby's gonna turn around. That person's gonna turn around. Are you talking about me? No, I'm talking about Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin. I think that's a very cool name. Anyway, guys, what's the rule on VPN during trading? I don't think. Yeah, okay, I can't comment on that. Guys, tomorrow we'll have more good shows for you guys. Tomorrow we have Anastasia opening up with LJ, and then we have some new guests and hosts coming on. Okay, that's it. See you guys.
See you guys next time. We will be live in the Discord community in about 42 minutes. You're all invited, and that's it for us for today. Have an awesome day as we are waiting to see you again next time. Bye-bye.
Right. Goodbye.